Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. We're so excited. This has been a long time in the making, and I hope everyone's caffeinated, do whatever you need to do. And thank you so much again for coming here for this full-day symposium. We're so glad to see you finally coming, and we see a lot of familiar faces and new faces. We can't wait to start the day with you. And we really couldn't have done it without the support of AIA and our generous sponsors. So thank you so much for supporting us. First, I want to introduce my co-organizer, my good friend, Greg Benchavengo, who is an associate principal at Slate Architecture. And we actually first met at your previous job, my current job at Dagner Architects. Back in 2017, Greg actually ended up sitting right next to me on his first day. So we very quickly bonded over our appreciation for materials and design and circular economy-based strategy and practices in the industry. 2019, we both attended a Parsons Symposium, and maybe some of you attended there. We heard a talk by Kate Daly from Closed Loop Partners, and it really left a lasting impression for us. She really spoke about waste and circular economy not as a theory, but a very intuitive practice that is really not a new idea, and it's a necessity. Is about how do we divert waste and turn it into resources, and designing system where materials stay in flow and serve a purpose. And if we think about it, circular economy really is not a new concept. Long before the Industrial Revolution, circularity was simply how the world worked. And materials were repaired, repurposed, and reused, and it's only in the modern industrial era that we normalize the linear system. So just some stats. Just in New York State alone, 7.7 million tons of debris each year were caused by deconstruction and demolition, and that's over 21,000 tons every day. Thanks, Felix, for your data. And on that, majority of that, more than half gets landfilled and burned or just simply shipped out of state, and most what's left is downcycled and not really capturing the value. So think circularity not as a radical new concept, but as a return to more resilient and regenerative ways of thinking, and how do we adapt for today's built environment. That idea is not inevitable, but it's a design flaw that we can all tackle. So we, all these questions are ruminating, and then we have been discussed with a lot of you in the room, is how do we treat building materials not as waste, but as asset? And then what would it take to really build infrastructure, and how do we create these partnerships and have policies in place? And so that's what we'll be focusing on today.
These questions that Wei just mentioned inspired a two-part event that we held in 2023. One to introduce Arab's Circular Building Toolkit, and a second about disassembly and designing for reuse. Those first two events were very zoomed in to specific approaches to building, and we wanted this symposium to be more broad, casting a wide net, and bringing together a diverse set of perspectives. So today we will hear from government officials, policymakers, manufacturers, designers, owners, contractors, and educators currently working in the space of circularity to advance that economy of reuse in New York, the US, and abroad. Today's sessions will take a deep look at the ideological framework of this movement and culminate with the particulars of working on a circular project here in New York City. We hope this series illustrates that working together from all sides and fostering a robust dialogue can accelerate the transition to a circular economy. I'm thrilled to introduce this first session with my co-chair, Wei. She is a thoughtful architect and senior associate at Dagner Architects. Wei and I met our keynote speaker, Lena Dansbo-Brix, during a research trip in Copenhagen and Malmo last year. We were astounded by Lena's approach to repositioning the architect as a strategist, and how that synthesizes with circular design approaches. When the idea for this symposium was born, we knew Lena had to be there to kick off the conversation. In addition to her work as the CEO of Matter, an architectural company based in Copenhagen, Lena also co-founded a tech startup called Circu, which we will hear about today. She holds an MBA in value creation of circular economy in the built environment from Henley Business School and has demonstrated expertise in implementing circular projects in architecture. Please welcome me in joining Lena.
Wow, thank you so much, Greg, and thank you for the nice introduction. Thank you for being here. I am really, really excited to be able to speak for you today. I flew in from Copenhagen on Wednesday, and I think I'm kind of getting there, being not that much jet-lagged anymore. So I'll start my presentation. I called it Building Futures, and it's going to focus, as Greg mentioned, on circularity within the built environment, and of course in the context of Denmark and Sweden, where I work. The lecture is founded within 3 areas. I'm going to talk a little bit about my own raison d'etre for working as a strategist and an architect. Then I'm also going to talk in the second part about adaptive reuse, renovation, and building transformation. And the third part of the lecture is going to look into a critical gap between the fact of knowledge and data-driven decision-making. So Europe is going to be climate neutral by 2050. And in Denmark, the government decided that 70% reduction has to be made when we reach 2030. One of the authors that are kind of addressing this, and that I have had big inspiration from reading, is Andris Magnusson. He's from Iceland, and he's written this book on time and water in 2021. Some of the things that he talks about in the book is how to understand when things change. How do we work with change, and how do we understand it? And if I mention some of the words that you might not be able to read here as being resource scarcity, rising acidification and melting, warming, they might not mean that much to you, and maybe for some of you, you can't really feel it yet. But if I add the words of fire, war, invasion, and killing, those are words that we can all feel. And those are words, as for being a European, are very, very present right now in Europe. And that made me think about time. What is time when change arrives? How do we look at the planet from the outside, and how do we understand the planet from the inside? Because as it is for now, we live on a finite planet. And in just 6 years, we have globally consumed over 75% of what we consume for an entire century. So change is coming, and how do we deal with that? As Greg mentioned, my name is Lena. I'm an architect and run the architectural company Matter in Copenhagen, but also Circu, which I will introduce to you in a little bit. So on the notion of time, 2050, and Europe being climate neutral, how do we work with that? I spend a lot of time on thinking about my grandmother, who passed away in 2023. She turned 98 years. She had a long, happy life. And this is my daughter. She's going to be 98 in 2100, I hope. I will probably not be around at that time, but hopefully she will have a long and happy life as well. And inspired by Andris Magnusson, the Icelandic author, I've been thinking about how have I been influenced throughout, or can influence throughout 207 years, in between my grandmother, who was born in 1925, and my, hopefully, grandchild, who will be 98 in 2132. Now, I have taken impressions and ways of doing from my grandmother, being a generation, two generations behind myself, and hopefully I will pass that on also to my children and to my future grandchildren. That's time for me. Time being present and time using time right. That's my personal raison d'etre for practicing as an architect. I, of course, have political incentives and business incentives, of course, but I surely and truly mostly run on personal incentives. I work within practice, research, and industry, and work in a systemic value chain perspective. My office, I could put it in another way. I was educated thinking that buildings are products, some of them icons, and most of them, of course, embedded within own context. But I look at buildings now as a process. What I really try to do is understand how do we build, what are the systemic barriers, what are the possibilities and the opportunities and the potential for looking at building as a process more than a product. I, of course, still work with design, but it's much more influenced by strategic thinking and a matter of generosity. So from being out of a classic built environment where demolition was normal, I look at reuse now. I don't look, as I said, on buildings as a product or an object. I look at it as a process. It's not about building, it's actually about unbuilding. And buildings being vacant, it's not accepting vacancy, it's more about how to work with transformation. It's not working with products, it's understanding materials. And it's not about subjectivity or intuition, it's more about designing with data coming out of knowledge. So I changed my practice as not being just a classical architect, but working much more strategically with my clients. It's about understanding how design processes for the future should change, working with embodied carbon as design parameters, systemic and coordinated design processes based on data, knowledge on sourcing, deconstruction, production, infrastructure, and waste systems. So this is one of our own illustrations from my office. It shows how much was built throughout 200 years in Denmark. And the white iceberg there shows when it actually topped. And that was in the 70s. We had a huge construction industry in the 70s building a lot of single-family houses, for example, and industry buildings. Now, if you compare the amount of square meters built within just the past 50 years, you'll see that the amount of square meter would be falling. At the same time, at the top level, you can see that the carbon emission curve is rising, meaning that even though we do build lesser square meters, the carbon emission outlet is growing. So that means that the way that we work with materials is much more energy intensive, and that's the problem. At the same time, we also extract a lot of resources out of the planet, meaning that we in Denmark, for example, won't have sand for concrete in 5 to 10 years. We used it all. We don't have any more yellow clay anymore, so we can't do yellow bricks. We are running out of resources. So it's not only about energy consumption and carbon emission outlets. It's very much about how we use the resources and extract them from the earth. And I think that, and the planet, and I think these curves kind of talk from themselves, right? So all buildings are material banks waiting to be discovered. That could be one way of argumenting that we need to look more at the resources that we already have. And that leads me to the second part of this lecture. I'm going to talk to you about Værfstaden. And I'm really happy to say, being able to say that I brought the Chief of Development from Værfstaden, Hanne. She's sitting right here. I'm also delighted to say that she's one of my close friends, so thank you for being here. Oops. She invited me to work with them at Værfstaden, which is an old shipyard for subways. How do you say that? Submarines. There you go. For submarines in the western part of Malmö, which is right across the water from Copenhagen. And I know some of you visited Værfstaden last year. I've been working with Værfstaden as a strategist on reuse and materials. And it's just a very wonderful place. So I can only recommend, if you ever go to Copenhagen, you have to go to Malmö and visit Værfstaden. But it's going to be a new sustainable part of Malmö. They are working with all the industrial buildings. Some have been deconstructed, and some of them, most of them, from where the value is really high, has been kept. And I'm going to show you one of the buildings in the future, or in the following. So Værfstaden is built of Værfstaden. That's the main saying in how we look at the area. And one of the things that's been really important for Hanne and for Værfstaden is that we take it very seriously how we take care of the heritage we've been given. So there's a high confidentiality, I would almost say, but not trust. Sorry, that was the wrong word. There's a high way of trust in what we have, also have a value for the future. And one of the things that Hanne and Værfstaden started doing was creating toolboxes on how can we actually look at Værfstaden, how can we understand what we have, and how can we, most importantly, communicate that to all the people, all the consultants that work for us in Værfstaden. So this is one of the tools that was created, a toolbox for reuse, reclaiming, and recycling materials, giving ideas about if we ask you to work with the materials that we already have, how can you work with that as a designer, and what are the opportunities and potentials in working with different kinds of materials. Another part of the toolbox was creating an aesthetic compass, being very much aware of what the heritage was, not only as physical statements, but also all the stories, all the narratives, all the understanding of what kind of a place is Værfstaden. And that's been really, really good for all consultants trying to bring in the heritage that Værfstaden gives. One of the things that I've been working on with Hanne is creating a material bank. So we mapped all the buildings in Værfstaden, and we built this digital platform for all the materials that they would have from deconstructions, but also the buildings that were meant for being kept. So we calculated all the CO2 carbon emissions embedded in the materials, and we also calculated the amounts of materials, and we calculated also the financial value in Swedish krona for all the buildings. And this tool has been used by the consultants when they had set on value for all the buildings and all the materials that they work with. I know, I'm sorry you can't read this, it's in Swedish, but it talks about climate reduction on materials, and you can go in and you can choose among all the buildings and find all the materials that are either still in the buildings or have been deconstructed and kept in Værfstaden. But you can also go in and look for all the materials, and you can see all the colors of it, the amounts of it, and where you can find it. So this is a digital tool that we really hoped was efficient for consultants to work with, because it gave you an overview. And one of the things that we were asked to do when we started creating this tool was, just tell me what I own. Tell me what I have. Tell me what it's worth. Don't try to tell me what I have to use it for. Just tell me what I own. And I think that really made a great impression with me, because that was the first time a client actually asked me to tell them about a value that nobody else is talking about. And that really made a great impression on me, and I've kept that within, and it's still a direction for me to follow when I work with clients, because I think as a consultant you often tell them what they have, but out of a very subjective perspective. This was just clear data, and this is the value that you have, how do you want to use it? And that's what we've been working with. But it also turns out that working with data and working with platforms like this is really, really difficult. So this is a picture and a movie from the physical material bank that's in Værfstaden. And I know Greg and Wei visited that last year when they were in Copenhagen. And this was the place where the consultants really want to be. This is where the architects go in and touch the materials, work with the materials, and find the materials. So there's a gap there between our ability to work with data and the actually physical presence of materials. That's really, really important, and that we can't forget. One of the buildings that we've been working with is Gjuteriet. It's a foundry, I think it's called in English. And this was the state of the building when we started. And some of you might think, did they really work with that? Because it's almost a ruin, but it holds so many embedded narratives in it. And it's been one of the most important buildings in Værfstaden. So therefore, of course, Værfstaden wanted to work with it. But it was in a very poor state of mind. I guess I'm not offending you, Hanne, by saying that. This is how it looked. And as I said, nothing leaves Værfstaden. Værfstaden is built of Værfstaden. So this is what we had to work with. It looks like this today. The building was transformed by the Swedish architecture company called Kjell & Sjöberg. You can look them up. And this is how they transformed the building into a very, very beautiful old building that is situated right there in the middle of Værfstaden, telling stories about the history of the building, but also added new layers to it from a modern way of looking at buildings. This is from the inside. I just go back a little bit. You can see this is the same room that now looks like this. So all the red steel constructions are the existing constructions. They have no load-bearing identity now. So everything that's load-bearing is new construction in wood. But all the exterior walls and the steel constructions are still kept. And this is a picture of some of the materials that was reclaimed. The steel plates on the left are steel plates from some of the buildings that were deconstructed. All the lamps are reused. And calculating what actually has been saved, by using the steel-cladded plates, we saved 59 tons of carbon emissions. And using the bricks again, from all different kind of buildings within Værfstaden, we saved 18 tons of carbon emissions. And the facade looks like this now. That was the facade I showed you before that was in a really bad shape. So they added a new layer of brick to it and worked with all the old bricks from the shipyard. And this is not new. This is not a new way of working with bricks. But what is new is that you can't really, from the drawings, say, how is this going to look? As an architect, you often communicate by visualizing in drawings. You can't do that when you work with reclaimed materials. So you have to accept that you have to work with design strategies. You have to accept that you can't really be sure what it turns out to be, but you have to work with it within a space of variation, right? So, and I think this is a really beautiful example of how to work with this in practice. This is not new, as I said. It's old, it's an ancient phenomenon from ancient Europe called spoils, working with the repurposing of stone, as in the churches of Rome, San Giorgio al Velapo, or the castle of Parikia in Paros, Greece, or the Hammershus fortification, which is on Bornholm, a Danish island between Sweden and Poland. This building actually has an identity and had the role of being the donor for many buildings on Bornholm. So in that sense, working with spolia, the repurposing of stone, as Kjell & Sjöberg did in Byggeriet, is not a new thing. So there's a widespread historical movement and phenomenon of working with materials instead of extracting them from the earth. But somehow we just forgot that process in the process of industrialization and the alignment of industrial processed materials. And when you look at how we build today, there's a tendency of building buildings where buildings already are. And there's something counterintuitive to that, I think. We have to look more at the materials that we already have, not only to save energy and resources, but also because they are embedded with their own narratives and can serve as a stepping stone and a bridge between the past and the present, and potentially also towards the future. And as such, materials hold a lot of artifacts that are relevant for different time periods. And on that note, I'm going to present to you another building called Torvej. It's in Copenhagen, and the architect is called Pilman Architects. It's a very young architectural company and very exciting, I think, practice that Søren Pilman, who is the architect, is building. It's an old industrial building. It didn't have any, you could say, aesthetic or architectural identity to it where you would think this building has to be kept. But the Bikuben Foundation, who is the owner of the building, decided that they wanted to reuse and repurpose this building as a social community art space and a place where people from Copenhagen could meet doing projects. So they bought the building, but this is what they got. I mean, when you look at these spaces, you think, is this really a place where you can perform art? Very low ceilings. But once they started mapping the building and understanding the building, they found all these double T slabs, I think you call it, yeah? Double T slabs, and they started looking at how can we actually opening up this building, creating much more space and light, and create spaces where people actually can work. So they had them calculated. They found that these slabs actually could be used again within their own load-bearing identity and be used also as structural elements. So by doing that, they could open up the house and the building and let light into it and creating spaces that you wouldn't have dreamt of. So this is the double T slabs that they now are working with as a stage, because this is a community house, so a lot of people come here and speak. So this is the double T slabs that's been repurposed and put into the building again. And you can see all the scars from what they took out. They left that open in the building. And what they also work with here is that no materials was supposed to leave the building. So everything was reclaimed and refitted into the building. This is what it looks like from another angle. And even the flooring. I mean, all these tiles down here are existing tiles, and they took out some walls, and where they took out the walls, they would just add a little bit of new materials, but they would leave all the materials as they were, as traces from and narratives from the way the building looked before. So by doing that, they saved, and keeping the building, they saved 88% of carbon emissions compared to if they had to build a similar building. 95% of the materials are reclaimed, and they save 90% waste reduction. So in that way, it is a very energy efficient case, but at the same time, the embedded narrative of the building has been kept, and it's really a beautiful place to visit. So this is also tables designed and made from all the materials that they had as waste, so nothing left. And as much as I love these buildings, and I really do, I also have to say that they are unique one-offs. It's not scalable because everything is in its own ecosystem. And I think that's one of the problems that we face in circularity, that we often tend to still work with the building as a product. And we haven't seen the fact that we need to do this in a much bigger ecosystem. And I'm sorry to say that even though I think that we in Denmark are very far on the circularity movement, this is the number of materials, 0.17% of all materials used in the building industry in 2024 are reused and reclaimed materials. So there's a long way to go. And we can't continue just doing the one-offs and the unique projects, although they are really great. We also in Denmark have, on July 1st this year, a law coming in that says that all buildings that are meant for demolishing or deconstruction has to be mapped and also screened before the demolisher starts working with the building. Now this, you would think, can be an opening for getting more materials into the loop. We might in the future know much more about what materials we can use, but the problem is that we have tons of materials. We have so many materials in our marketplaces, but nobody buys them. So it's tailgating, it's private people pulling up the truck. If we had one of those, we don't drive trucks, but it's tailgating anyway. So they pull up the truck and they fill the back of the truck with materials, and they use them for their summer houses and garages and stuff like that. So the professional building industry doesn't buy any materials. And that's what you can see, those numbers. So if this law has to be efficient, we have to work with it in a totally different way. And that's some of the things that we in Circu, and now I'm in the third part of my lecture and talking about the company Circu, and I also have one of my esteemed colleagues here, Victoria, who works very much with Circu. And one of the things that we focus on is actually trying to help the building industry understand the built environment much better and the buildings that we already have. So it's about resource mapping, it's about resource screening, but it's most of all about documentation and the use of data as a design driver for early stage decision making for building owners. And that's what we focus on. So the company is called Circu. It lies on 4 years of government-funded and private-funded research. We've been working in a grant solution, it's called, together with other great partners from the industry and academia as well. The company we have built a digital platform that, and I'm going to show you, that can teach you about what are the materials embedded in every building out of just typing in the address. So what we are focusing on, we actually thought when we started that we were going to support all the marketplaces selling all the materials. But there's a grand movement right now in Denmark that we should stop demolishing buildings. We should transform them. And it's also going that far that we actually try to influence the government and the lawmakers on making demolition, making that forbidden. So what we focus on in Circu is actually more to learn and teach about the materials that we already have and how they are embedded in the buildings that we already have throughout the country. It consists of, and I'm going to show you this, an automated pre-screening tool. It's a material bank and building bank, and there's also a material exchange connected to it. And it all lies on the top of a data backend. And that's what we've been spending 4 years on, creating this data bank for all the data on materials and the value added to them, because what we also show is not only the amount of materials in a building, but also the calculation on carbon emission. So the method comes from the amount of open data that we have in Denmark. We have a built-in register where you can type in the address of any building, and you will then see when it was built, how many stories, how many square meters, and the facade and roof materials. We also have open data from a mapping platform where we can take the geometry of the building. And then we combine that with the 4 years of typology studies, because that's what we've been spending most of our time on, focusing on and understanding the typology and development of typologies within our own country on how we built throughout 200 years. So that combined with a calculation model and a lot of math and the building library of elements. When we then type in the address in the platform, we get a result on what the building consists of. So what we've been focusing on, and this is one of the other major barriers I think we have towards a more circular world, is that we've been focusing on the language of data and the structure of data. And you can be sure that if you go into one of the 3, 4, 5 marketplaces that we have in our country, you would find that they describe a door in 5 different ways. The way that we understand materials and the way we understand building elements is actually one of the greatest barriers of bringing down or actually letting the systemic way of working across the value chain, letting that grow. So that's what we've been focusing on for many years. And we are involved in projects on material passport, building passports, we do it all. But it's still as much as the missing selling materials in the marketplaces. This is also one of the biggest barriers, that we don't speak about this in the same way and we don't organize the data in the same way. But this is a movie from the platform. It's very short, but it actually just shows the amount of materials that we have and what you can get from it. It's all EPD based, and it's all data from Ökobau in Europe, so that we kind of align all the values that we work with within the materials. And what we've also been trying to do is how can we extract the materials? How can we calculate not only on the brick, but also on the mortar? And how can we work with that in understanding how many things and elements a material actually, or building component actually consist of? So this is a short video of how the platform works. You type in the address and, oh, sorry. I should do like this, maybe? Oh, too many clicks. Okay. So you type in the address and it goes in and find the building. And on this building, there's 2 buildings on the site, but you choose the one of them. It gets all the data, and from there and now it's going into the typologies and working within the platform to find what is this building, when is this building built, and there you get the first result. Now this is the result. You can look at it either in weight of the materials or the volume of the materials, and you can also sort it in different kind of classification systems, depending on what you want to use it for. You want to use it for design, you can use it into BIM 7NA and stuff like that. So you might not trust the result that you get because we are assuming and we are guessing. So you can go in and you can work within the platform by yourself and correcting some of the data that we have assumed would be right. We look at the building in 3 groups. We look at it from the construction load-bearing structure, the body of the building, and you can go in there and try to, if we have the spans of the slabs wrong, or if we have guessed wrong on the facade and the brick elements, and you can always see on the green side out there how sure we are in our guessing. But we go as far as going into also all the iron within the concrete, for example, because we also work with engineers that kind of put in their results from non-destructive tests so that we can kind of calculate what is the amount of concrete, in what state is the concrete, and how is the arming, or how do you say that, the wiring, yeah. What is the state of that? And you can also work with the roof, if we guess the roof wrong, and the slabs, and this is Torvej, the building that I showed you before, so if we guess that wrong, you can also correct that. You can go in and correct on a unit level. This is actually the level that we have the hardest time being correct on, because there must be changes in the building that we don't have the knowledge on, so we ask you to correct that. And we could also be wrong. It's not all the data from the building registration that you can actually trust on. So some of it might, for many different reasons, be wrong. And then you get the new result of the building, and you get the material and the groups of materials, you get the weight, and you also get the carbon emission value. Now, what are you going to use this for? We look at it in the way that if we can supply and offer this kind of data and knowledge to a building owner, they can start working with it in a more strategic way. They can start planning how they want to work with their building. They can start knowing, as Værfstaden asked us when we started doing the material bank there, tell us what we own. Because right now, it's really difficult to have a building owner going into circularity because of risk, and I guess we're going to discuss this afterwards. But if you can start working with the client on understanding the building, but also understanding what the value of that knowledge is for example, their sustainable compliance strategies. If you can start working with that, and you can start influencing how is this actually valued, not only as a financial value and the risk connected to that, but also how am I doing in sustainability? That's becoming an issue in our country. And that's becoming a strategy that you can start working with the clients. And as an architect, if you get that door opening into the client's mind, you can start using this as a design strategy, and you can work with it as a way of looking into the future. So, yeah. On that note, it's not only about materials and the single building, it's much more about buildings and the portfolio of buildings within a client's portfolio, and that's what we're really aiming for here. What we're really aiming for is trying to create an ecosystem and a knowledge across buildings so that the building owner, not only in their own ecosystem, but also for the external world, and other building owners can start planning on how do I actually work with facility management in my building. And if I know that this building is going to turn out to be either deconstructed or partially transformed, will I be able to bring materials and elements into the market 2 years ahead of actual timing? Because what the problem is about that we don't have any sales on the marketplaces is that sustainability goes down. Because you add energy to it, you add lighting, you add heating, you add money to this. It costs a lot of things, a lot of money to actually store these materials. So if you can start working with them instead on planning with them as a strategic tool in this platform, you can start looking at building as being donor buildings, as Hammershus fortification, as I showed you before. You can start doing scenarios. You can start looking at the value of either keeping the building, restoring the building, renovating, deconstructing it, transforming it, and you can start using this as a decision tool for early stage decision making. And hopefully we can keep the materials within the buildings much longer than we usually do. And that means that you can start working with them in a totally different way, and you can start planning with them as donors. Some of the issues that are connected to working with, when we're going to work with donor buildings, is that we have very little knowledge of lifetime expectancy of materials. But it's not only the technical value of the lifetime expectancy, it's also the demographic value of it, it's the cultural value, it's the architectural value, it's all the socioeconomic values that connects themselves to the buildings, because we forgot what it means to take care of the heritage that we've been given within the industrialization that we were all part of. So in my mind, all buildings are donor buildings, and they are vital for building futures. And I'm going to end this lecture with this quote from Catherine Richardson, who is a marine biologist and professor at University of Copenhagen. She says, "But because we as humans learn to use energy beyond what our own bodies can produce, we had a period in our history where we forgot that a fundamental condition for being allowed to survive is to be part of an ecosystem and to respect that we are part of an ecosystem." Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes. You have to hold it close.
Okay.
This lecture, Wei and I were fortunate enough to hear a version of, much shorter version, last year, and I have to say it's come a long way. I think, like, just in terms of Vervestaden was not as developed in terms of the imagery we saw as the end product. Even though we got to see the building from the outside, the inside was not as, it wasn't in a place to show like how the materials were actually reused. So it's really inspiring to see that evolution today. One thing that struck me when we were in Copenhagen last year was that there's this significant role of trust. And for us, you know, there's people who leave strollers on the street, bikes are unlocked. There's just this expectancy that things that are in the public realm are respected. And I think that there's a strong link between that and the cultural mindset of reuse, and that there's value and that there's trust that this material is going to have a life expectancy, as you said. So I'm curious how your experience in Denmark and Malmö, like, are there lessons about trust and risk that that are transferable outside of Denmark?
We do get bikes stolen, I have to say. If you leave your bike unlocked, it's not there when you get back, that's for sure. And we also take our kids in at night. I also have to say that. But I wish it was as you describe it. It might look like that from the outside, but I still think that one of the greatest barriers on getting more reused and reclaimed materials into the market is actually trust, because it's all about risk. And it's about risk, it's about financial problems and financial trust. And I think I started working with circularity for 10 years ago, I think. I was the CEO of Linear, if you ever have heard about that company. And I think some of the things that we met with our clients that were kind of curious, they really wanted to work with circularity because that was new, and that was a new way of thinking about sustainability. Was the first question that we always had was, is it more expensive? And yes, it is. And you just have to be honest about that. Yes, you should add 5, 10, 15% to your budget, and yes, there's a bigger risk because there's so many things that we don't know, and we shouldn't continue the failure of the past by building in bad materials into new buildings. So in that sense, I think the risk is something that you can't dismiss. And I think, but what we've been doing on another note in that direction is that there's a strong movement now working for a national foundation that's going to work as a national insurance company working with the risk and the responsibility on reused materials. And I think maybe that's, we also a very small country. So, and I think we are in the size of New York City, actually. So the way around discussing these issues are maybe not as complex as they could be here, right? I think we have the same interest from the building industry. I think we have the same resistance. I think we have the same skepticism. But I think there's a willingness to work with risk as something that we talk about. And I think that's important. And then I have to say that the more data and the more documentation that we can give, the more people are risk willing. And I think that's also an issue.
This is a perfect transition. When we were in Denmark and heard your talk, I think we were texting each other from different parts of the room, like this is it, you know. And then we processed information, and we were like, okay, so what does that mean? You know, you said that Denmark is a smaller country. And there is also this more cultural consensus, that the alignment across the nation that really incentivize some of the policy-driven, sort of top-down a little bit. Whereas thinking about the U.S., there's a lot of it is market-driven, and so we were just thinking, with the sort of distinction, while there's still common ground, and how, what would you say some of the things that are sort of translatable that we can bring outside of Denmark? And then looking back, knowing that Denmark has been in the circularity space for decades, what's your recommendation for us? Sort of some of the low-hanging, how do we start with this?
I think I'm not a believer in that it's either a government movement or the market movement. I think it's a combination of both. And I think that's the most important thing. And I don't think you can leave out academia either. I actually think it's very systemic. And I really do think that if you can start having your policymakers looking at this and understanding what is the value of starting looking at the city in a totally different way than we've been doing. As I said in my lecture, there's a tendency to build buildings where they already are. And I guess you also do that in this city. We do that. And just, I mean, 5 years ago, the technical mayor of Copenhagen went out saying that, yes, we will rebuild our housing areas, and we will do that by deconstructing, or not even deconstructing, demolishing the buildings and create new, beautiful, healthy housing for people. Now, she says, we are going to reuse what we have. We're not going to demolish buildings anymore. We have to work with transition of the building mass, and we have to understand how can we work with housing new housing in existing buildings. So in that sense, I think working with the policymakers and working with the decision makers is one of my, I do believe that that's the way to go, because when I was the CEO of Linear, it was kind of a bottom-up approach that we just did it, and then we tried to convince our clients that this is a great idea. But it doesn't really move the masses. So you have to work with it from a much more policy-making statement, I think, and I think you really have to work with the city to do this. And then don't forget the market, because if the industry is not there, it's not going to happen.
Absolutely. I think you kind of summarized the goal for today is that we bring the different stakeholders, because you can't really talk about one thing without all the other sectors. I think one from the presentation, what really resonated with me is that sometimes we tend to kind of forget the larger picture of things while we have to kind of get into the details, is that we focus on decarbonization, energy, while these things are all really important, but really what you talk about building not as products as a series of different systems, and then we're all part of that ecosystem, and the supply chain policy, all of that sort of work in tandem. Could you just talk a little bit more about that, and then how do we kind of refocus and think more deeply about how do these things sort of all tie together, and what does that mean for our industry? Let's say the current, decades earlier, what was the strategy that Copenhagen, Denmark utilized?
I actually think that the knowledge on that we are lacking resources, that gives a big impression, or makes a big impression on people. Because when you say that, they're like, really? I'm like, yeah. So, and people don't know. I mean, people actually don't know what that means, that we are running out of resources. And for me, that's I don't know how it is here. I mean, you're a much bigger country. You have, I would say, greater access to resources. We don't have that many resources, and I think that really makes us think that that's an important thing. And I started my lecture with talking about the carbon emission strategies, and of course that is immensely important. But for me, it's actually more the resource scarcity that scares me. It really scares me, and because we live in a consumption society. We consume things, we buy things, we use things, we throw things out. And we do that every day in our households, in the office. I still have an argument with one of my neighbors in the house that I live, because she doesn't sort her waste. And it, excuse my language, really pisses me off. So in that sense, I think that's a long way to go just for normal people and people that are not involved in the building industry. And we really need to be aware of that. How do we use the planet, and how do we consume? And that's also a thing that you should write essays, you should write articles, you should write, I mean, this can't be said enough. And so that for me, that's the key issue. And I think it needs to be understood across the value chain, because there's so many people in the building industry that still don't get it. Yeah, so I think that's, and then of course, being an architect within this space, I think I was asked the other day when I also presented Circularity, an architect asked me, so how do you want me to work with that? I mean, how am I going to do this? And I said, you can start looking at materials. You can start understanding what materials are and why they are here and how we treat them. Because that's the materials that we live among, and that's the materials that build our homes. So start looking at them and understand what they come from and how do we keep them.
I think that that plays into the time aspect you spoke to about your grandmother and your daughter, and like materials have a life, and back to that life expectancy idea. But when you start to understand how wood like grows and establishes itself, you understand better like how to work with the material. And I think that ecosystem you touched on with, our connection to our own ecosystem within our bodies, ourselves, our people around us, but also like the broader world, that sense of loss there really ties into why this is a problem, and that the kind of status quo and that behavior becomes ingrained, and so it's really hard to change. And I remember when we heard a lecture from the mayor's office when we were in Copenhagen. They said, we've picked all the low-hanging fruit, and now the cultural change, that issue of someone not sorting their waste correctly, which is just a daily activity, is the hurdle they're dealing with. So I kind of wonder about here, where we have not picked the low-hanging fruit yet so far, like how do we get past that quickly? And is it worth kind of accelerating through that low-hanging fruit, or is it really about the long-term view, and like how long should that view be?
I don't think you can leave anything out there. I think it's a matter of both. And I think the low-hanging fruits, yes, you definitely have to harvest those. And at the same time, you have to have the long-term view. So I think it's about creating awareness, and it's about paying attention. And maybe that's the place where you should start, just paying attention on what is actually going on, and the awareness of how do we keep this world for many, many years and for generations to come. And I don't know how it is. Well, you also have an ocean rising, right? And the southern part of Manhattan is also threatened by that, because that's the project that the Danish company made a big project for, right? But we have the same issues. And right now, we actually have homes in our country that you can't sell because they're too close to the ocean, and sometimes they actually do get flooded. So people are living there without, and maybe it's just savings that they have in their house, but they can't sell it. So that creates awareness, I tell you. People get scared, and for good reasons. So in that sense, I think creating awareness and start working with what is actually the consequences on how we live. That's where the low-hanging fruits are not, and that's the most difficult part, but I think that's the long-term view that you really have to stress and work with. And then, start working with the materials, start doing have the first experiences on how do we actually, because it's also, construction and working with materials is dirty, it's really annoying, and it's difficult, and you have to do this to actually feel why is this difficult? And you have to understand that the brick is not correct. I have a story. Do I have time? I have a story of a municipality in northern Denmark that bought a lot of bricks from a neighbor community, and they wanted to use that for a public school. And they did all the environmental testing on the bricks. And they knew that these bricks had been exposed for a lot of sunlight, so they could only use them for the northern elevation of the building, not being distracted by sunlight anymore. So that's where they started, and the person in charge really worked with this, and he made a great effort in making this happen. So then they had the competition, and the consultants and the contractors were on board, and they started building. And while they were in that process, they found out that maybe the testing of the brick wasn't that good. So they had to use the bricks for the interior instead, because they actually couldn't work as an exterior facade. So they asked the architect to make a design where the bricks could be incorporated in the interior, and the architect said no, it's not part of my design, it doesn't work, I don't want it. And the client said, well, you have to do that. So they did. So they thought, okay, now it's working. Then the contractor called the client and said, I'm sorry, we can't work with the bricks because my people, how do you say people work? Yeah, the subcontract and the contract that I have with him doesn't involve that he should work with bricks that are not correct. They have cornered, squared, and stuff like that. So, and they work on time and money, so this is not going to happen. So this is just some of the barriers and the problems that you face when you start working with this in practice. And I think you have to do 20 of these. You have to do it, you can't just do it once. And I know Værfstaden, you practice all the time and you still find problems, right? Some of the bricks that weren't tested correctly and stuff like that. So this is a difficult way to go. And you have to do it many times to actually I mean, who would have thought that the subcontractor was the one that stopped this? Because they did all the work and were prepared, right? So I just think, keep doing it. Just keep on going. And at the same time, and I'm sorry to say, it's not just one direction, it's all of it.
This is, I think we're talking about how do we break out the linear. We keep saying like just transition from linear to circular, but really is the only way to find out is by doing it, and then we figure out, oh, this is the problem. I think the example is so on point that it talks about maybe the workflow in place is still the sort of linear process, right? Like we're not from design to construction to deconstruction, and the way we think about building design, it's really a problem kind of looking in the past, being present and designing, but really also thinking about the future details of when it's at the end of its life. That's such a good example. I'm just thinking like, our sessions, down the line, a lot of it is going to be touched on some of these questions. So I'm so glad that you brought them up. I think we don't want to hug all the questions. We want to open up to the audience, and we have a mic available. So if you raise your hand, if you have any questions for Lena.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
First of all, thank you so much. That was inspiring and impressive. I have two questions. One is a question about the Verstaden, or the subway, I'm sorry, the submarine manufacturing facility.
You're so excused.
Yeah, because I'm probably mispronouncing that. What does the value chain in that process look like? Who's responsible for the deconstruction and storage and analysis? How is that funding working? My second question is about your program, your application that you've been developing, your company. How can you make these assumptions about the components of a building with any level of accuracy? Is there data that is publicly available that's part of your country's construction process that is made available? Is the building typology so consistent that you can make these assumptions with higher levels of accuracy? How is that even possible as a starting point? I understand throughout the process you sort of correct and make more accurate, but how do you get that sort of first basis point to be genuinely and generally correct?
I'll start with that last question. And it's a good question because that's been our, that's been our fear and anxiety that we wouldn't be accurate enough. And we are still testing that. But it's also, we do have very accurate data as a starting point, but it's not more accurate than the person that actually typed it in to where we get it from. We don't work with AI. It's not AI what we're doing. It's machine learning. So for every result that we get in that we know is, and we're working with being correct, the smarter the machine gets, right? So it's machine learning more than AI. And then I would say we are still testing this. And yes, sometimes we don't get it. And it's often because it's not because of the knowledge or the typologies. It's actually more a question of how the algorithm works with geometry and how it understands volumes and surfaces. So in that sense, we still have to twist that. And we're not going to go into the market with this because we just finished it and we are ready to go into the market. We actually had landed our first client, which is great. I'm going to come back to that. But we are still testing this on and going out with the clients as consultants to be accurate. So we don't just say this is right. But the first client that we have is actually a social, national, governmental-owned insurance company ensuring social housing projects, which is, for me, trustworthiness, and for us, and we are very proud of that. So we've been working with them for 6 months now, trying to test the accuracy of the platform. And what we just found 3 weeks ago, I think, wasn't it, Victoria? Yeah. 3 weeks ago, we were asked to calculate on a tender process. So what they use for decisions in the beginning when they do the budget, then when they get in the price from the contractor, and then on the third step, when they finalize the building, right? So, and when we calculated on the amount of materials used for the different things that were kind of part of the case for the budgeting process, the first step, we miscalculated by 47.5%. And first, when we had that result, we were like, damn it. Then we started calculating on the tender process and the budget and the price from the tender process. And we were 0.3 from the right amount of materials used in the tender, which told us that you can be sure that the budgeting in the first phase is not correct. I've never worked on a project where the budget from the beginning is correct. So what was good here, and we tested it on different kinds of buildings here, is that we actually were accurate on the tender process because that's where the amount are probably more correct. So we went back to the client and say, you should use Circu when you do the budgeting. And now we are in a new process with them, which is great. But you touch upon the weak point in the platform, but because how sure can you be? And we are very open about this.
One of the things, sorry, I don't want to hog here, but one of the things that we're talking about in terms of potential advocacy points here in New York City and in the US is the constituent parts of a building being reported as construction happens as part of a tool set for deconstruction. And so one of my questions was, is that part of your sort of Denmark's culture or standards where things are being reported that allow you to sort of then think about deconstruction? Would that be helpful? Is that
absolutely.
Something that
That's
you're
actually
pushing
what
for?
Yeah. So with the law on July 1st on deconstruction, you are supposed to first do a screening and then a mapping for reporting on the materials going out of the building for deconstruction, right? So our tool is going to work as one of the screening tools that you can work with because you have to declare all the materials that you take out. You also have to declare your waste, but that's never correct for some reason. Your second question about the financing of Værfstaden, and I might be on shaking grounds here because I'm not the client. She's sitting behind you. But what I can say is that Værfstaden actually takes all the responsibility on the projects that they do. They take the responsibility of the deconstruction of the buildings. They also take the responsibility of designing with consultants, but also the contractors. So in that sense, and I think, and you can correct me, Hanne, on that, but it's owned by one of the biggest contractors at all in Sweden. And Sweden is an industry country. I mean, they are very big. So Skanska, you might know Skanska is Swedish. Peab, which is the owner of Værfstaden, is, I think, even bigger than Skanska. Not okay. Anyway. Okay. So it's owned by a very big company, and they do take all the risk, but also responsibility for all the processes that they start.
Thanks. I have so many questions, but I thought it would be nice to kind of pivot away from the sort of cost and financial aspect of circularity and go back to where you began with just looking at materials and materiality, because there's also a poetic aspect to reusing and, you know, the narrative of place. So could you talk a little bit about the beauty of weathering and cracks and, you know, the poetics of materials as well, and how do you communicate with your clients, large clients, about this aspect of it?
Well, one thing is that the weather doesn't get really better, right? So you really have to be aware here. I think it's a question of, and that's why I think it's so important to understand materials, because we have so many examples of how we've used them wrongly. And working with reclaimed and reused materials, you have to be extra aware. So there might be places where you can't really use the materials as you would have in a way when you work with industrialized materials. For example, if you want to work with even maybe not reuse, but biomaterials, you can't use just the way that you would work with the roofing as you used to be, because you might have to protect the materials from weather or water or wind, meaning that you as the architect needs to understand that you need to design this differently than we've been doing for many, many years, because the identity and how do you say that? The way the materials actually deteriorate with the weather is different from what you're used to. And the story about the guy I know in that municipality with the public school, that's a classic example of that we must be aware that you can't just use it for anything. You have to use it in the way, and that's why I think lifetime expectancy is so important when you talk about the technical identity and value of the materials. When that's said, Gaston Bachelard wrote the book Poetics of Space, and I think working with the narrative and poetics of time-wearing materials, you also have to accept the fact that the floor might not be quite straight, and how do you work with that when you also have to make sure that disabled people can actually walk here, blind people can come in. So I think the complexity of architecture actually rises. And I think you have to work with it as a designer and as an architect in a totally different way that you've ever been doing. So I think it's a really good question, and thank you for that, because I think we need to educate young architects differently. I want the schools to take responsibility of how to educate architects that, first of all, know materials. I can say that I'm also working at the Royal Academy as a censor or as a critic, and they know very little about materials. So we need to educate the young people much better to understand what kind of future they're facing, and that includes understanding materials and repurposing and reclaiming materials as well.
Hi, I'm just going to repeat what everyone said. This was great, but so I have a couple of questions. You're talking about, and just jumping off of materiality, you were talking about educating students and younger architects, but what are your thoughts about a wholesale shift in thinking in, experienced architects and specifying materials that have value 50 years from now and that have the ability to be reused? For instance, wood lends itself that way. Steel might lend itself that way. Vinyl composite tile, a cheap gypsum board, 50 years from now, it's very less likely that it can be reused in the same way that maybe wood flooring can. So is that also a conversation that we as architects need to be having, that we also need to be reconsidering the palette that we use into materials that have value for future generations 50 years from now? And then my second point, I guess, or my second question is, when you're cataloging materials, there's things that have value, that have immediate reuse value, but how do you think about things that are getting left behind in the march of ever increasing energy codes? For example, you can't reuse single pane windows anymore. So how do you think about those materials which need some repurposing before they can be reused?
I think it's really important to note that a window might not be a future window. It might be, right? It could work and serve as an interior wall instead, because it doesn't have the same energy demands to it working as that. And then you could argue there's something about acoustics, and of course. So, and I think this is the difficult part of it. So because how do you work with materials that not might not be sufficient for what they came from to what they are supposed to be. And that's why we as architects need to take this important. And I'm not sure I totally understood what you meant about the next generation. I think I'm a clear example of that. I'm 58, so in that sense, I am one of the last generations of architects coming out. And I think I think it's also about cultural habits and how we confront ourselves in the way that we work. I would have many colleagues back in the days that would never change and would keep doing what they've always done. And I still have colleagues doing that because this is the way I know how to do things. So how do you change that mindset and that cultural way of looking into your field of profession? I think that's really also a very hard part. I don't know if I'm answering your question.
Not quite.
Not quite, right? I can feel that. Yeah.
No, but it's also a question about rethinking how we use materials and what materials we use, so that they have value, or, if everybody stopped using VCT tomorrow, it would be no great loss to, the profession, but it would make a meaningful difference to the sustainability of how we think about buildings and our ability to reuse material. And I guess that's sort of my question is how do we, it's easy to educate architects when they're in school. It's a lot harder to do it, like you said, somebody that's in their 40s, 50s, 60s. How do we try and have that conversation in the industry?
Okay. There's also something about demand here, right? So if you have a client coming to your office asking for this, who would be the employee saying, I don't want to do this? Maybe some would. But what is very certain is that it would probably be very difficult if you haven't done this before and you have to look for where can I actually get the knowledge that I need. But I think the question is bigger than that. Yeah. I think it's more a question of how we as societies treat and understand the world. And I just have to say, I still get very, very confused sometimes about how differently we look at the world. So in that sense, I think it's a hard job to do that. And I also meet people sometimes where I think I'm not going to go into this. This is not going to happen. So I have to choose the people that I really want to work with, and that's maybe the hardest choice that you have to make, right? So because you might have to leave something behind. If you are in that personal transition and the colleagues around you are not, that's probably where you have to change. And if you can feel that this is not going to happen here, you have to move, but you're not going to move them before they start moving by themselves. That would be my argument. And yeah, so it's very personal, I think. At the same time, I think we still have to, the policymakers have to work with this. You have to have the dialogue around this. You can't just leave it behind. You have to keep going, but you will at a certain point meet the person where you think this is not going to happen. I'm sorry.
We have 2 minutes. I think the conversation about value, how we see economic value, societal value, all that's going to continue. We maybe can fit one other question from the audience before we wrap up our keynote.
I have a question. Can you hear me?
Not really. Can you?
Sorry, I don't know.
Yeah, just.
Oh, really close. Oh, there we go. Okay. I can almost taste it. Anyway, going back to the calculations that you were doing, when I was looking at, I think the Sankey diagrams where it was showing what percent is being landfilled, what percent is being recycled, what percent is being reused. What assumptions are you making for those calculations? Because a lot of, I guess I want to know what assumptions are going into the end of service life, because it all depends on the layers, how they all come together, how they're fastened together. So I guess when you're trying to draw these, like, when you're trying to look at it from a portfolio perspective of a building, how are you making those assumptions?
We're still working on that, and we're still trying to figure out the method, because I think when you go into that scenario development, that's what you're talking about on different kinds of scenarios, right? It will change throughout the design process. You can make sure that as it is with the budgeting, when you go into the financial budgeting of a project, that never comes back, or it's never correct, right? You would find that also through the scenario development. So we're still working on how to find that method. But I think it all starts with understanding understanding the main value of the materials, being that if you have a strategy on, you know for sure that the biggest value would be in the load-bearing structure. Now, if, as in Torvej, you decide that we're not going to take anything away from the load-bearing structure, not the double T slabs, and we're going to reuse them as they are. That could be one scenario. Then you calculate that. Then you start calculating, okay, we are going to use half of them. What does that mean? And what are we going to put in instead? And then you make that calculation. So it's kind of a method where you kind of undress the building, you could say. And for every piece of cloth you take off the building, you do the calculation within the platform, and from there you start building the scenarios. But it is something that we are starting working with clients on, and it's really exciting on how that's going, because for us, it's also a way of getting to know the platform better and the possibilities and the potentials that is embedded in it, right?
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So, welcome everybody. We have a stellar session, and I am so excited for us to jump right into it. Just for the sake of time and to maximize the discussion that we are going to have here, I will give very brief intros. Everyone on this panel deserves such a long, raving intro, but obviously, I think we're all excited to just get into it. So first, before I get carried away, I am Christina Brown, a Senior Environmental Performance Specialist at KPF. I am also the co-chair of the Committee on the Environment Policy Subcommittee with my co-chair, Dan Pacelli. Due to the thank you and collaboration of the Materials Subcommittee, we will be focusing on policy in relation to circularity here, and I will be moderating said panel. First, a quick plug, shout out to the Policy Subcommittee. If you're ever interested, please find me or Dan to learn more about what we do and how you can be involved. And then without further ado, let me introduce our amazing panelists. So first, on the end is Senator Brian Kavanaugh, a New York State Senator. He is also the chair of the Housing Committee and champions housing access, gun violence prevention, and a commitment to environmental protection. He is the senator of District 27. He has a law degree from NYU, and he is representing us right here. Moving one over is Anna Kellis, who is a New York State Assembly member of the 125th District, who also is a great champion of public health, affordable housing, walkable communities, and similarly, environmental protection. She has a PhD in nutritional epidemiology at UNC, and bachelor in University of Birmingham in biology and environmental science. Then one more over is Sylvie Binder, who is the policy advisor at the New York City Mayor's Office of Climate and Environmental Justice. Her work has been greatly emphasizing on greenhouse gas emission reduction, holistically, both in terms of operational, embodied, and kind of the topic we are here for today. She has her education from Columbia in a Bachelor of American Studies and Sustainable Development,
and as we know, more. More to come. And lastly, but not least, is Felix Heisel, who is an assistant professor and also the director of the Circular Construction Lab at Cornell University. He has published many books and articles and white papers on circular economy and deconstruction research, specifically noting out a recent one, the construction of circular economy in New York State, deconstruction and building material reuse. And he is also a graduate of Berlin University. So without further ado, let's jump right into it. Thank you. Working? Okay, perfect. So just to kind of, so that everyone can also get a sense of what is happening in the city and the state as a starting point, could each of the panelists talk a little bit about what you are currently doing in relation to circularity and reuse policy thus far? Do you want to start, Felix?
Yeah, I'm happy to. So, as you mentioned, I'm an architect by training, but most of my time right now is spent at the Circular Construction Lab at Cornell University, and the lab really is a cross-disciplinary think tank of students and faculty to question two large themes in the built environment. One being, what do we do with all the materials that have been used so far, that are bound in the buildings that we inhabit every day, and how can we activate those as a resource for future construction? And that questions sort of an understanding of what is that building made out of, what kind of techniques and technologies do we have to harvest these materials, what kind of policies and codes does it need to allow for their reuse, et cetera, et cetera. The other large question that we're thinking about, and this is mostly the teaching part of my focus at Cornell, is the question, how do we design differently moving forward so that those buildings that we're building now don't run into exactly the same problems down the road that we've just talked about with the existing. Because it will come up, and because you mentioned it already, one of the most recent elements that we've talked about or worked on is this white paper, which is a collaborative effort, not just by my lab, but by Crowd. Crowd is a policy advocacy network in New York State. And we've sort of tried to understand what is the status quo of the industry right now, and how can we propose policy recommendations to change towards a circular economy.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. First of all, thank you to the AIA for having the mayor's office again. This is always so valuable for us as conversations, so that's fantastic. I've been at the mayor's office for about 2 years, and in my time there, I've spent a lot of my efforts on implementing Executive Order 23, which was signed by the mayor in 2022. It really outlines specific actions for our city capital agencies to take to focus on clean construction, but obviously circularity is really embedded in that concept. Specifically, what we've been working on a lot is towards the front end of the life cycle, but we're increasingly expanding our efforts to look, more so holistically and also towards end of life. There are requirements now in place for agencies to have low carbon concrete, for environmental product declarations. We put out life cycle assessment guidance last year. We're focusing on electric construction equipment, and I have a colleague here today who, we've been working on construction and demolition waste guidance under the umbrella of Executive Order 23. So that's something that's really been top of mind for us over the last few months as we've sort of pivoted away from this beginning of life kind of conception of embodied carbon more holistically. Also, MOCEJ, which is our office, is focused on how to take our learnings from the executive order and kind of craft policy that is applicable citywide. We also very frequently read state legislation, and so I've definitely been in the weeds on the bills that are proposed this session, and have been working a lot with advocates and with our internal agencies to figure out how to build consensus. So I'm really excited for today's conversation to get into the weeds more.
Thank you.
It says everything that the two of us are the ones shoving food in our mouth between between sessions. At least I got a little charge. I think that you're probably asking in this, what do you say, the cat has 9 lives, this life of my, right, I think it's the 7th that I've had. So in this rendition of my life in policy, worked for a couple years with Felix's lab to get this white paper out, which was extremely exciting, and put legislation together. I'll step back for a second. Part of, obviously the issue that we have in state government is getting everybody walking on the same, in the same direction, on the same street, on the same path. So if you have, one municipality handling deconstruction material in one way, another one handling it in another way, it actually creates chaos and can set us further back than we need to be to move forward, obviously, with removing things from the landfill, which I will note. Part of what I'm hoping will be the motivation for us, for our colleagues to support us in getting the legislation that we have, which we'll talk about today, through, is that we have about 15 to 25 years left of all the landfill space in New York State. So after that point, we will be required to ship everything out, so our prices will go through the roof. This is when people will start to feel the pain. So we're trying to get ahead of that. A huge part of the waste stream, of course, is building material. The bill that we probably put the most love into, and I'm literally, the only reason I have my phone here is, and I'll be checking it, not being unprofessional, truly, because I'm waiting for the
maybe
bill.
a little.
Okay, maybe a little. I'm waiting for the bill. We do stand-up comedy on Wednesday nights, political comedy. But I'm waiting for the bill number for this bill that we've been working on for 4 years. And the bill would create a template model ordinance for local municipalities on creating or prioritizing deconstruction versus demolition, including making a warehouse so that there's a place to store the material when you deconstruct it, setting parameters of what you deconstruct, how much you deconstruct, how you would handle materials like asbestos. And there's, obviously you all know this, there's tons of logistics. And it would also create a certification for contractors to get, so that there would be some level of trust that they do know what they're doing and how to handle all the materials. So that's one piece. But I, as a good ADHD person, also do circular economy around agricultural waste and biosolids. And we have a wood reclamation bill to try and encourage people to understand that wood that was older in some ways actually could be stronger than some of the materials we've made now. So and this is usually the partner in crime that I ask for, because he is as dorky and nerdy as I am. So
that's a high bar.
That's a handoff.
Thank you. So again, State Senator Brian Kavanaugh, welcome to the 27th Senate District. I represent pretty much everything south of 14th Street in Manhattan. Last time I was in this room, I was on a panel on whether architects should have more agency. And I started by noting that architects are one of the few professions that would ask that of their own profession. Like, I'm a lawyer. Lawyers never ask whether they should have more agency. They just kind of assume that and go with it. But in all seriousness, I think it is a terrific thing that AIA is stepping in on behalf of architects and organizing events like this and really playing a significant role in developing policy for our state and for the country. It's really critical, and I have learned a great deal from working with AIA and with a lot of you, and I think you're really playing an important part of the conversation. And I'm also very happy to be on a panel. I always love being on a panel with several people who know way more than I do about the topic. It is, the New York City Mayor's Office really is leading the way, demonstrating what is possible for a local government, obviously a very large local government, but also like nationally. And Felix and I don't think we've ever been in the same room, but we've been on lots of Zooms about the Cornell work, and I see way too much of Anna Kellis. Exactly. But so just a couple observations. So I chair the Committee on Housing, Construction, and Community Development. A lot of the attention of that work goes to the questions of affordability. We just passed a new program to provide additional rent subsidies. In this budget we did a couple weeks ago, we added $6 billion to the capital funds that are available for building new housing. So there's a lot of the housing part of that takes a lot of attention. But we also have jurisdiction over construction issues, codes, energy codes, fire codes, building codes. And we have been, I think, in a very significant way in New York State shifting toward this question of what gets built, how it gets built, and what its impacts are on a range of environmental issues. There's so we started, the defining environmental issue for us and for a lot of people over the last bunch of years has been climate change, right? So we have the Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act, which is some of the strongest targets for reduction of greenhouse gases, basically anywhere. We compare favorably to, there are probably a few European jurisdictions that have better climates. There are certainly a number of them that are further along, but it's a very ambitious, very aggressive plan that we have been spending a lot of time trying to implement. So that started with the obvious questions of energy generation, transmission, storage, and delivery. But quickly, people realized that that's also about what we're building and the energy efficiency of the built environment. So we, a couple years ago, did the statewide Electric Building Act, which basically says you can't build any building that requires fossil fuels unless it's absolutely unfeasible to do that. And we're the only state in America that's done that. At the same time, there's been this very substantial increase in attention to materials management. So when we think about climate, everybody thinks about energy, but the waste reduction in New York is about 1/8 of our, waste processing and disposal is about 1/8 of our entire economy-wide contribution to climate change. It is comparable almost exactly in terms of the state's measurements to the entire electricity generation sector. So thinking about waste has been a growing awareness. There's also obviously questions about plastics and where it's ending up and biodiversity and all those things. So we have now been shifting into several major policy initiatives around end of life of materials. We are working on packaging, extended producer responsibility, making producers take responsibility for their products across all, packaging, mattresses, carpets, a whole bunch I have about 8 of these bills actually. The big one right now is packaging, which is a new idea here and was passed in Germany in 1990. But thinking about how to do materials management and its implications for everything is just there's a growing awareness of that. This question of materials in construction and what their implications are for carbon, what their implications are for other resource uses, adding circularity on things, I think really is a relatively new idea in New York, in our circles. But I think we are prepared to take big steps. The legislative session ends 27 days from today. We are trying to get a couple of things moving on this issue now, but I think this is going to be a big subject. Again, continuing to focus on the efficiency of buildings, but also the materials and their implications is going to be a critical component of that. And Anna already mentioned all of the bills. We have 4 different pieces of legislation. I did work particularly on I think we're calling it the 3-code pathway, which sounds like some novel about a mystic who's like trying to figure out where to go in the world. But it's basically about changing the state's codes to reduce the carbon footprint of buildings as embodied carbon, and it would basically have them consider, again, there's 3 pathways to this. You could consider whether you're reusing part of the building. You could do a life cycle assessment and demonstrate that you are, having the net reduction that would be required, or you can use various materials that would be reviewed and approved by, through various code councils and other processes. So I think that's a great opportunity. And we'll go back to, thanks.
Thank you. So I think this is actually a perfect segue, since we all understand in this room and on this panel the urgency of time of this issue and of us needing to make policy changes quickly. What would you say are some of the key barriers and challenges, both at the city and at the state level, in order to kind of get traction and get momentum built behind efforts?
I'm actually going to pass this to Felix first because he's the technical person, because you've worked with me for years. I want to hear your experience. Okay, this is really a therapy session right now.
And as co-moderator.
Okay, I wasn't prepared for this one. I think probably what it takes is a good combination of a lot of advocacy, a lot of talking about, a lot of engagement, but combine that with, and that's hopefully where we can help, right? Combine it with sort of solid figures and numbers that can support these arguments to convince everyone in the room that what we're talking about is also founded in solid science. And then I think the last part is probably the stars need to somehow align. But that's sort of what I see from the last 4 years, but I'll pass it back to you.
Yeah, so we, thank you. As a scientist and as a policymaker, I do that balance all the time. You have to not only understand the science, but you have to be able to translate it to English very quickly. So the white paper was really important because one of the things about it that was really important is that we reviewed all of the policies that already existed around the country, because one of the first things they look for is precedent. And the reason this was really important is because it pulled together all the various pieces. Now, this is really complicated because we are literally trying to build an entire sister economy that doesn't exist. It's not a way that people think. We have a culture that's based on convenience, literally at its fundamental core, and we're heading more and more in that direction. You look at the generations that we have now and like how fast they want it, and how, we're actually going in the other direction, the wrong direction when it comes to recycling, for example. So we can't depend on the consumer anymore. We have to convince policymakers that are used to that culture, not used to thinking this way, maybe not systems thinkers about buildings, and this is a systems thinking, we're building, again, an entire system. You have to be able to see it in your mind. A lot of people, and you know this as architects, you can see a building in your mind. You can stand in a blank room and you can actually create it. You can write it. You can see the walls. You can see what its potential is. You could see, empty ground, and you can build it in your mind. Most people can't do that unless they're standing in the finished building, and then you're too late. It's already done. You can't build something that's already built, right? So we're trying to build something. We're trying to create an idea in people's minds before it exists, and also work in an environment where people are scared of change. So you have a system, and everybody's harried, everybody's frustrated, everybody's overworked, everybody's underpaid, and now you're telling me I have to carry my compost around with me and wait till I get home so that I throw it away, or all these pieces in my pocket, and I'm pulling out right? It's not right. It's very, very difficult. And so the reason that this is so important, and this is the messaging. Because you've heard this all the time around, in politics, the messaging is important, but it is, because you have to inspire, you have to create a vision. You have to tell people that doing the thing that you want will actually, one, make life better, and two, actually make life easier. And those two things are extremely important, which is why it's so important that experts know not only the expertise, but how to translate it and how to tell a good story about it. So that, to me, as a policymaker, is the most incredibly important thing. And in this context, it's difficult because it's very technical. So we have to show that it's already been done, because the first thing, asbestos, well, it's everywhere. I don't know how to deal with it, right? PFAS, it's everywhere. We have to take out plastic out of construction. Well, you want to start with better material so that that material is more likely to be reused, because if you're starting with crap material, once the building's 30 years old, it's not really recyclable or reusable anyway. So thinking in that way, we're trying to literally create from that foundation an entire new way of thinking, and you have to write it into the legislation. And here's another thing that I think is really important that I want to share with all of you, and why it's important to not get frustrated, because you'll see this, you'll write a bill and you know it's the right bill, it's the right thing to do, it'll save the world. why isn't anybody, like, get out of my way? Like, just believe me. I'm the one who's been studying this forever. But the problem is that we as legislators are constantly saying, do this to the executive side, right? Not the governor, I'm talking about all the departments, so like the DEC. Now imagine just, you are an employee at the DEC, you are overworked, you are underpaid, and every 6 months, your job description changes. Wouldn't you be annoyed? I'd be annoyed at legislators. I would want them to just go away. We're already doing that. We're already taking, so you get this like pushback, but it's a pushback of exhaustion. So there's a need for us to recognize when we do a bill, like, yeah, it takes a tremendous amount of time because we're humans and you have to not only teach people, but you have to bring in their voice. Well, what are your concerns? What's your expertise? Make sure they feel heard, because they actually they're the ones that are gonna be implementing all the pieces of it. So I know that wasn't very technical, but I have a captivated audience, and I wanted to share because so often we will write a bill and people are like, oh, you didn't get it done this session, and you didn't get it done next session, well, it's dead. And we'll read it in the news, bill's dead. And we're like, oh my God. If people knew how long it takes to get a bill, we just did medical aid in dying, and it was 11 years, and we're like, woohoo, that was quick. So you just stick with it, because it's like, keep moving and creating the vision. So the non-technical answer to that, but we could talk forever.
Just a little bit of politics on this. So, if you think of industries that are really influential, shaping policies in America, there are certain very powerful. Banking and financial services are probably predominant nationally. But if you think about what affects what local governments do, what city government does, what state government does, the real estate industry, the people who own the real estate, the people the developers that construct things, the many contractors that have, smaller operations and are scattered throughout every legislator's district, need to, I have occasionally been in a position of having to outmaneuver all of that to pass some bill. Usually what we do is try to work with the many stakeholders on something like this to get a consensus that there's something we ought to move forward with. We are also in a moment where people who want to resist effective environmental policy will do that across the board. They think there's a team on the one side that wants to recognize that climate change is a huge crisis, that we're systematically destroying the habitability of the planet we live on climate, on biodiversity, and other things. And so even if you have a modest, reasonable, sensible thing on the environmental, sort of this pro-environmental, there is pushback that comes from people that want to kind of provide resistance, friction for basically anything. So when we're doing all the All-Electric Building Act, they're telling people, they're coming for your stoves. You're just not gonna be able to cook anymore. We're currently doing a lot with battery storage, and people are being told that they are, all of the local firefighters are gonna die because these battery fires are just impossible to address. When you talk about building materials, you're talking about, something that is obviously very relevant for people in the industry, for what they can build, for how they can build, for when they can build, for how they procure the materials they need. And generally, I think it's fair to say people in those industries resist change, they resist mandates, they resist regulation, but it's also going to be very personal to people. Like, we need to be able to convince people that we want to build structures that they'll want to live in, that they'll want to work in, that they'll want to use. And it is going to, I am optimistic that we can move quicker, certainly quicker than 11 years on this. But it is going to take a real push to get the, to get some policies on the table that will genuinely work, that'll genuinely move things forward in a positive way, but also to build consensus, to educate people, to educate legislators. There are 213 of us, and we have to vote on 1,000 pieces of legislation a year. And so trying to get people who are not going to sit in rooms like this for very long to understand what we're trying to do is going to be challenging, and all of you can play a very significant role in that.
So I just wanted to add, we are two of the most known intense and relentless, so it doesn't
She's
take us
intense, I'm just,
No. Yeah, no, that's not true. I'm learning. He's a mentor. You've been here longer. But what I do want to say technically, and where everyone here can actually help out, is first watch Schoolhouse Rock, because it's really actually true. They totally nailed it when they talk about how a bill moves. Where a bill goes to die is going to committee. People think that, oh, it was introduced. Why isn't it? You have over 10,000 bills that are introduced in a term. A term is 2 years. So there's only a handful of bills that will get on an agenda. The first step is just getting it on an agenda. If you get on an agenda, it's gold, right? And the part of getting it on the agenda is that you need to identify all the stakeholders. So in our bill, who are all the stakeholders? There's the union worker, right? There's the workers, there's the contractors, there's the architects, there is the DEC, there the landfill owners, right? I can keep going. So my first step is identify all of them, and then I engage with them directly. So this is something literally you all could do. Engage with all of them, and you say, oh, this is the issue that they're seeing with this bill. You come back and say, this is how we would be okay modifying this bill. We're just letting you know. That's how you could be proactive, because they're gonna want something. If we don't hear from you all, then we're going to only be negotiating, because our job is to get this bill through. Now, the thing that's amazing about democracy is that everyone has a voice. What is very hard on both sides, like progressives, of which I am, progressives and conservatives, taking it very personal, you have to agree with me because I'm right. But that's actually a dictatorship, and we forget that. So if we truly have a democracy, literally everyone has a voice. We should be celebrating that, even everybody who doesn't agree with you. Which is actually cool, because it means that your job is to convince them. It's lazy to say, you're just wrong and you should get out of my way, really, truly. You have to convince them that's a democracy. So that's the negotiation, and that's why bills don't always end up being exactly what you wanted to start with, and that's also why government is iterative. And that's actually why I think we move bills quickly, because we both do that, we understand that. Some people are scared to talk to the people who oppose their bill. No, talk exactly to the people who oppose your bill. Then you figure out what you would be okay with. You go to the legislator and say, I would be okay with you doing this if you have to put it in your back pocket. So by the end of this session, I will have a bill number. He's already gotten the bill number, because the Senate always gets it first. And so we're going to give you the bill number. Read it. We have been working on it. It will be amended. This is the first pass of it, but this is the process now. You are all part of it as well. You all have a voice. We absolutely want to hear from you because it will affect your lives once it goes into place.
I said this before the panel, but we would definitely get some live news out of the state and not necessarily out of the city. But I did want to, speak to your question a little bit about challenges and, from a policymaking perspective. I think political will is absolutely a challenge. I mean, speaking to, the people on my right, they are absolute champions in this space. But, what I've found on a city level is that, finding those champions, it's a little more challenging, because this is not a topic that is talked about so often. And because a lot of our sustainability policy is about operational carbon. So that's been a lot of educating. I fully resonate with Anna's point about education and making sure that the science that we have is fully up to snuff. That's a large reason why we are going to be putting out guidance on construction and demolition waste. I really, I guess my philosophy to this, because I am in a very specific part of this ecosystem, is to start with the things that I can control. And for us as a policy shop, under this umbrella of a clean construction executive order, that is a piece of guidance that is, not directing, but suggesting, recommending specific things that agencies should do. Once that is out there, published on our website, we can get incrementally more strong with our policy requirements, right? And so I see that as really, the first crumbs in what will eventually be like a beautiful loaf of bread. For iterative, exactly. But in addition to that, like taking a step back from the policy-making process, in New York City, we have a very different physical environment than the rest of the state, and deconstruction will require very different levers. For us, we've been thinking a lot about physical space, and so, the idea of a deconstruction ordinance will need to look very different in New York City. We don't have as much, space. I know Felix has a really wonderful, parcel of land upstate where this deconstruction, these materials could be stored. And I'm so jealous, right? You know, I'm trying to find that city-owned land, right? Or that land that would happen. And, you know, I was excited to hear, I think, Dave Bennett really talk about that. But I think that's something that we still need to solve for. And then, you know, the last piece that I'll mention on challenges, it's not just physical infrastructure, it's like software. And this idea has been really, you know, floating around, I think, for a while. But how do we create a marketplace, not just a market, but a marketplace to connect materials from projects to other projects? There are obviously standards that the state, I think the beneficial use designations, what is actually allowed to be put into buildings from deconstructed materials. You know, I think that policy is super important to push forward on the state buds to allow more materials to be used in future projects as opposed to using virgin materials. But that is a state policy that the city then can kind of use and move forward with. So, you know, all of these different levers, the state has a huge role to play here, but obviously the city, you know, we're taking this incremental approach. And yeah, to leave it on a positive note, I think, you know, it is working. 2 years ago, we were not in this place. So, you know, I think it really bodes well for this industry.
One of the things that we included in the template ordinance was the ability to set up your system so that it does deconstruct and you put it in a warehouse as an option, but also incentivizing having people walk through the building before any takedown has happened at all, do an auction where they're actually purchasing from the building itself so that when it's deconstructed, it goes directly to other construction sites or it goes to wherever the contractor has stored or their construction site. So there are ways, but you're absolutely right. It is going to have to look different, which is why it took so long to get the ordinance, because it had to be flexible, because New York City, I mean, it's unique in the world, right? And how many people here have actually been to, like, I don't know, Ithaca, Elmira, Utica? Oh God, I love you people.
That's great.
Just, you know, like, it's a different world, right? Like, it might as well be a different country. So, like, a lot of our colleagues have never been north of Westchester, so it's hard to say how do you legislate how to have, you know, understanding and empathy. So, like, in and of itself makes it difficult to legislate. But Felix. He is the one who knows the most about all this.
So perhaps as a way, we touched a little bit upon we identified the challenges, we talked about a little bit of like what are some of the incentives and kind of the need to build this market and to kind of grow this as an economy that doesn't currently exist and thrive, of course. But I think one thing that was really interesting to me in your research was also highlighting the economic and social impacts of deconstruction and reuse as another way to convince others who may not typically find this of interest. Would you like to talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, I think that's super important, especially in today's times. I think for many years we've always started with the environment when we had this conversation. So how do we how do we reduce emissions? How do we reduce waste? But the fundamental difference between recycling and reuse, I mean, maybe I should start with that. They're all part of the waste hierarchy, and it actually starts with reduce, and I think that's, just to put that out there, that's where we have to start. But then if we have to decide between recycling and reuse, the difference is the scale of these operations, right? Recycling is a global endeavor that is very much modeled along the lines of the linear economy, right? You collect things, you ship them to a plant, you produce something, and then there's waste that comes out of that production, and then you go to a market and you have a certified product because it comes out of a production line. And that's why it was so easy for the industry to implement that, because it follows a theme that the industry is very, very familiar with, right? Reuse is something fundamentally different. It's not global, it's local. It's based on the expertise of a local community. It's reducing emissions locally, it's reducing waste locally, but it requires that local infrastructure and that local workforce to do it. And that's where we see the actual benefit in it. Like you mentioned, the kind of social, historic benefits, because reuse creates that local workforce, it creates local jobs, it brings people into, it pays salaries, right? But it also retains the historic and social significance of places through the reuse of materials. And so that is an entirely different system, as Anna pointed out, which actually the industry doesn't have a template for, right? And that's why it is so difficult to scale, but it is so worth to scale, right? Because of all these other benefits.
So I want to just add to this, and I'm going to lob something back to you. This is a conversation with you. So what we found, think about it this way, like we stopped using the word waste in our piece of legislation. I was really obsessed about that. We talk about the word materials. It's only waste when you call it waste. It's only waste when it goes to the landfill. It's only waste when you trash it. So that's one thing, and we actually, in the white paper, it talks about how many billions of dollars of material exists that we are not taking advantage of. So when he's talking about jobs, and there are municipalities in the country that have actually created policies enough to incentivize deconstruction enough that it is cheaper to deconstruct than it is to demolish. So now contractors are actively deconstructing rather than demolishing because it's cheaper. So you do things like you put them at the front of the line to get building permits. You make the building permit cheaper or free. You make the landfill, solid waste landfill fees cheaper because you're not going to deconstruct 100%. It's not all going to be. So that what is remaining is cheaper for them. What are some of the other examples? There were tons that we used, and Seattle was one of the first ones that they were able to make it so that all buildings before, at first they started with 1927.
I mean, this is Portland.
Well, no, that's where they are now. 1945 is where they started, and now they're back to 1927. So every building that's been built, before 1945 and now 1920s, all of them are required to be deconstructed. But what they're finding, the research is that a significant number above that are actually being deconstructed again because it's cheaper because of the incentives, which is why we created the template ordinance to acknowledge that it is about incentivizing. It is going to take work, and it is going to cost municipalities money to set that infrastructure up because they are going to lose some money, especially if they also have to build a physical warehouse to store some of the material. But they are going to potentially gain increased development. They're going to create jobs for their workforce. They are going to be local. So what are some of the other ideas that you found?
I mean, adding to this, what Stephanie Phillips would have talked about in the previous panel is that San Antonio's ordinance has a warehouse downtown, and what they're doing is they're essentially allowing contractors to drop off materials that they don't have an immediate market for, right? So that takes out that storage worry of what to do with it. But then it also allows the city to connect projects with the things that are in the warehouse, and the city is very strategic about it because it uses these materials to repair districts in the city that need the help. So disadvantaged communities, for example, have access to the materials first. There's an aging building population that exactly requires these materials and that can be repaired through the deconstruction ordinance. So there's a kind of ecosystem that is developed that actually deals with these social questions first, and then the economic and the environmental second. And I think that's a really smart way of setting it up.
This is actually a question for Felix. Have you found anything in your research that speaks to the experience of construction workers and like reductions in particulate matter, air quality, I guess quality of job site and in those neighborhoods? I know something that we think about a lot in this portfolio as an environmental justice office is how does construction and demolition or deconstruction impact our communities? We know that New York City is changing dramatically all the time. It's super loud here. It's, the air quality at times can be questionable. And if we can point to ways that, those among us with potentially green-collar jobs can have a better work environment, that we've found to be pretty compelling. So yeah, I'm curious what you found in your work to that end.
Yeah, thanks for the question. That's a really good point.
Good question.
So there's a couple ways to answer that. The first one being that there is proof, and there are several scientific papers out there that did measurements on the fact that the air quality on deconstruction sites is much better than on demolition sites. That's not necessarily surprising because the way we demolish buildings is, usually a pretty big dust cloud, and it has impacts not just on the construction workers, but on every neighbor building, right? And everyone living in these buildings and breathing these particles. The next aspect in terms of health is that the abatement in deconstruction projects tends to be better. I mean, the worst thing we can do is just hose down the building, and while we're taking it down, we're saying, oh, this is going to take care of all the asbestos. It's probably not. So there's a danger there anyways, right? But if we carefully deconstruct a building, we also find asbestos components or lead components in these buildings that the general asbestos abatement tends to forget. Like usually there's still something behind the switchboard. There's always elements where you still find asbestos after the abatement is done. Deconstruction can take care of those. Demolition tends to just throw that all into one bin. So that's another environmental benefit of it. In the end, to Anna's point from earlier, I think the key consideration in a circular economy is that the last thing you want to do is circulate toxicants, right? So the care that it takes when you're deconstructing a building to make sure that all the materials that continue their use, right, are of good use and good health and good conditions for society moving forward. I think that's sort of a kind of should be a given, right? But I think the circular economy can guarantee this better than the linear economy.
I'm actually taking notes for things to add to the memo.
We don't believe you really have a bill. I think you're just...
He's already got the number.
So as a follow-up question, earlier in the first session, we had talked a little bit about low-hanging fruit and kind of what is the first step to implementing circularity, especially here, both at the state level and at the city level. Could you talk a little bit about, in terms of what is the more immediate next step or like avenues in which we feel like there is opportunity for circularity from a policy standpoint?
Yeah, I can begin. And this is why I brought up my notes, actually, because I think we get in the weeds really quickly with this, so I want to make sure that I get it right. There was a great report that came out last year from the New York City Economic Development Corporation called the Circular Design and Construction Guidelines. If you haven't read those and you are interested, I do encourage you to read them. It's not a super dense document. And I've really been looking to that document and a few others as kind of a gold standard, if you will, of what is possible in New York City in the short term, right? So these are standards that New York City EDC is endeavoring to achieve with their own projects, and they're kind of as close of a proxy to New York City capital agencies as we get. And so, in analyzing this document and analyzing some of the other specifications that we currently have from city agencies, there are kind of 5 things that I wanted to mention, and I promise they're quick. First is that it is not universal in New York City capital projects that there is a waste management plan and a waste management lead on projects. We want to recommend that strongly. We want to set diversion targets. Right now, LEED is undergoing a change. Version 5 should be coming out. I'm curious to see what version 5 says about this next one. Diversion targets right now, a 50% diversion target by weight of material is something that we are now kind of strongly encouraging. We've seen the Port Authority get up to 95% diversion for certain materials like concrete or asphalt, but setting it at a very reasonable, we think 50% with endeavoring to achieve 75% is a good place to start and is achievable. Thirdly, we want to, from the design phase, identify the materials that are going into new buildings that can be diverted at the end of life. And really documenting that from the start, I think, is a first step. It's definitely not as in-depth as what you said about the audits, right? Going through a building and really identifying the next client, but getting a sense of an inventory of what's happening in your building and what materials are there, I think makes a lot of sense. We think that a lot of this needs to be digitized. Right now, a lot of this is being kind of transferred on pieces of paper that even AI is having trouble parsing through, handwriting, from waste haulers or from construction sites themselves. Digitization should not be so hard to do, but it is really hard. So recommending that really strongly is something that we're trying to do, even if it's like an Excel-based, tracking of the amount of material and what materials are going into your project. So important. It really helps us kind of prepare for the future and take this sort of inventory. And I know that at the state level, this is also something that's, been an issue. And then, finally, in New York City, this is hard, but separating as much of the material as possible on site when we are deconstructing is best practice. Oftentimes, you can send things kind of all together to a transfer station and they can sort through the materials. But what we want to try to do is find key materials that are high impact and try to site separate them really from the source to kind of reduce the amount of stops along the way to its eventual reuse, but also to help with this sort of systems change that was being spoken to before, getting people on site to really care about this. I think by assigning a lead, by making it visible that we are kind of changing behaviors, I think that'll be like some realistic next steps that you'll see more about this in our guidance document. And again, these are going to be recommendations, but I think they're pretty broadly applicable. Like if you're working on projects in New York City, you should check to see if the specifications for your project is really kind of identifying these areas.
And I'll just say just a few quick additional things. One of the things that we did include in the template model ordinance is that the contractor has to start with a survey of everything in the building and provide that. So I absolutely agree that is the first step. Another thing just to note when you're talking to people about all of this is that that right now in particular, tariffs are actually making it even harder for materials to get into the stream. So getting things from around the world, of course, is going to be really hard, but if you're deconstructing a building, the materials are available immediately. So we should be talking about it in that way as well. This is something else to think about. The other thing that we both smiled at each other because it's like bane of my existence, is the modernization. So the way that it works the way that it works right now is that buildings are demolished and then the waste stream is created and it's shipped around the state, and where it's shipped, like if some of it goes to a recycling facility for scrap metal or whatever it is, or it goes to a landfill, they have to document everything they're receiving, and they're required by law to send that to the DEC. They write it in chicken scratch. There's no criteria. It's not, like literally in pencil pen. There's no criteria like, do you do wood in pounds? Do you do it in planks? Do you do it in feet? Do you do no standard bricks, cement? Like what measurement? So none of that. Does it all like get lumped together and you just do total like weight? And then it gets stored in microfiche in a box in the DEC. So this whole thing 4 years ago actually started with a bill that I wanted to create, that's the CBD Modernization Act, which was partly in this bill and was holding this entire thing up. So we pulled that out and are gonna create it as a separate bill, but part of it is because we realized that it's not just that you need to create, and the reason why, I'll say, is for this reason, is that you need to develop the workforce as well as the warehouse infrastructure, as well as the marketplace all at the same time. Because if one starts first, you're gonna build the workforce, but they're not gonna have anything to deconstruct. You're gonna build the warehouses, but they're gonna be empty. You'll build the marketplace, but it won't have anything to sell. So, we're trying to make sure that we move the whole system forward simultaneously. So just know that at least that thinking is there. But with the data, you have the materials that you are never putting into the waste stream. Here's some crazy things about how backwards our laws are. The minute you start to deconstruct or demolish, regardless of whether you're taking something apart, it's immediately called waste right now. And that has rules and regulations the minute it's called waste. We have to change the law so that it's not called waste from the minute the deconstruction starts. Just to even, that's how antiquated. Or we have to change building code because wood is defined, if it's deconstructed, it is not graded as usable in a building. That's how antiquated things are. So we're really like piecing together that level of technical changes. But in this case, you have the materials that you are separating out on site that never went into the waste stream. Then you have the waste stream, and you have materials that you're taking out of that waste stream, bringing back into. So you have reclaimed, reused, right? And we need to change the vocabulary to give all of these levels different names. So that's something that this bill actually does, which you haven't had a chance to see the most recent version, I'm so sorry.
Because it doesn't exist.
I have therapy scheduled right after this. Standing joke, inside joke. But you know, those, I just wanted to make clear that that's the level of, and so when we're talking about the data, we need to both figure out what's in the waste that can't be recycled and create the standardized data system for the material that's reclaimed and reused, because that's going to create the marketplace, and this is going to create the information we need to change the way that we are, that we're throwing things in the landfill, right? There's so many layers to it. We are gonna make it happen because we're all stubborn. But I just wanted to show, like, that's the level of thinking, that we're currently doing.
Since we're talking to a room of architects, I think there is a couple of other low-hanging fruits, and I'm hesitating to call them low-hanging fruits, but I think they're really important to talk about, and that's the design aspect of this. Like, we need to start reusing, ideally reusing on site. We need to put that as kind of a design imperative in every project that we're going forward, and that makes many of these conversations actually not as necessary, right? Because if we find a way to reduce these waste streams and by local reuse, that's the agency where we, as a room full of architects, can take action, right? I think other low-hanging fruits are soft stripping. I mean, we've seen cases where when the demo crew came and the excavator took down the building, the fridge was still in the building. Like you just walk out, and then the demo contractor comes and throws everything into the bin. There's so much value that is easily salvageable, and that actually has a market in terms of architectural. Significant elements. So there's a market for that, and that's an easy gain. The most valuable materials that we tend to take out of deconstruction projects is hardwood flooring. It's an easy salvage. It has a market. It's worth so much more than some of the flooring that we have right now. So there's considerations on how you deal with the end of use of a building that we as architects can influence, and I think those are super, super important. All of this is, of course, super local, and every building type and material type is different, and so it's hard to make generalized assumptions, but I think the wood in New York State, wood is the low-hanging fruit, and figuring out how to regrade that through code. The ICC is working on an update on their code. The state has a proposal. We are developing technologies that can regrading. So that's something that is very, very quickly moving right now, and I think that we'll see big advances there soon. And then maybe because we're in New York City somehow is maybe ahead of the curve in some aspects because of what you call structural demolition, right? Because of the need of the site constraints. You can't just take an excavator and blow down like a 5-story building in the city center, right? And so several of these ideas of how do we carefully take a building apart are actually implemented in what current demolition strategies are. And I think those could be capitalized much more on in terms of what will we do moving forward.
Thank you. So, with that being said, I know we are cutting it close to time, so I'd like to open up to the floor for questions. I already see a hand in the back, so I'm sure there's a lot of people itching to ask. If not, I have so many questions.
Hello. Thank you so much. This was really inspiring. I have a question for Dr. Kellis. You mentioned in the beginning of this conversation an auction and a bill to bid on construction materials. Is that something that's in the works or already out there?
So what I was describing is, and this bill that doesn't have a number, but which, by the way, because it'll be the most recent one and it'll happen today. If you just Google NY Assembly, Anna Kellis, by this evening, you will see the last bill on the bottom of the list will be this bill. So you will have a bill. Hopefully we'll have it before I leave. But the structure of the bill is to do multiple things. The first is to inspire local municipalities to adopt this local ordinance. And in the ordinance, because our municipalities are so profoundly different across the state, we give a like scaffolding of the bill. And one of the things that can be done in order to meet the criteria to qualify for the grant, and that's so as a state, that's how you get them to adopt it. We have a tension between local municipal governments and state government in New York, in some ways more than other states. And when we try to tell them what to do, we get a lot of blowback. And you see it all over the news, and you see us backtrack, like, super fast. So instead of saying you must adopt a local ordinance and it must have this framework, we say, here is a template and we will pay you to do it. So we're incentivizing them to do it. But if you want to be eligible for this money, you have to do X, Y, and Z. And one of them is this, where you can either create a warehouse infrastructure, or you can create a structure that incentivizes the contractor to set up an auction for the material in the building prior to starting the deconstruction. And that way, the people who purchase it can come and strip it, or it can be deconstructed by the contractor and sold from the site directly to the person, the entity that bought it. And that could be a way of avoiding needing the warehouse infrastructure. So that's part of how would you qualify to get the state grant funding, if that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah. And feedback. By the way, it is really important to give feedback. So you guys are the experts. I will go to the municipalities and ask, how would this work? What would it look like? What should we include? And that's what we mean. Not only is government iterative, meaning this will pass, and then we'll pass something else, and we'll modify it. But as we workshop the bill, we will create amendments. So you'll see a bill say, A 1037A or 1037B, C, D. Now, if it starts to get to E, F, you're kind of in trouble. So, we wait and we collect a whole bunch of, potential amendments, and then we do it all at once. I'm gonna say one thing too, if you guys want to know like how impactful you actually are. There's something that you'll hear legislators talk about, and it's they call it letters of support. And in English terms, that's just someone saying, yay, shucks, that's great, right? But no, what it means what it technically means is an endorsement, an actual official endorsement. So we're constantly seeking organizations, please send a letter of support, because leadership will say, well, you have this bill, but no one wants it. Like, prove to us that it's actually wanted. So AIA actually writing a letter, which you guys do sometimes, to our bills, is more impactful than you think. And here's the other thing, you taking the time to call your legislator or send an email to your legislator is way more impactful than you could possibly think, because who takes the time to do that anymore? Particularly if it's like actually a personal email. And one thing that we all do, in fact, I have a spreadsheet that literally says how many people support the bill, how many oppose the bill, and I break it down, stratify it by how many of those people who support are in my district and constituents versus how many who don't support are not in my district. And it does really, so like it can't just be everybody from New York City contacting 3 legislators. It would be you around the state calling your friends in Elmira or in Putnam and saying, you need to write this conservative legislator and say, this will, and the messaging is different. Upstate, the economics, the health, the local workforce, those things will have a greater impact. They're more conservative. Environment and human rights, and I wish these things were as impactful all over, but might be more impactful in more progressive areas where that is a motivator more. So just a way of thinking about and strategizing as you all about how you can affect this bill.
Hi everybody. My name is Lori Ronsfall and I work for Packcraft, which is a flooring manufacturer. My teammate Stephanie, sitting right here, we work with architects and designers in the New York City area to specify flooring material for major commercial projects in the city. So Sylvie, this is my question to you because it's more about New York City area. So you mentioned a lot about guidance documents for the contractors to separate like demolition material. I don't know that I've ever met a general contractor that would like to separate material on a job site and hold it on the job site until someone comes and picks it up or hauls it to separate locations. Everything that we're talking about is very idealistic, but it's not very realistic without incentive. So separating demo material at the job site, I'm wondering, are there any city incentives that could go along with your guidance documents that would incentivize the general contractors and the subcontractors that are working on these sites to not dump it in a bin that's just gonna go to a landfill?
Yeah, thank you so much for your question. So I think that, first of all, there are examples of other cities that have done this incentive-based approach. Seattle, I think we mentioned Portland as well. These are examples of cities that are not at the scale of New York City, but who have done this. I will say that tying it to a guidance document for an executive order for city capital agencies, it's not the right venue, right? But right now what we're doing is setting the building blocks for an eventual policy citywide. So if we see something be successful for city capital agencies, we then have a really key piece of justification to take something to the private sector. But you're absolutely right that what we're talking about up here can be idealistic. I absolutely understand that critique. I think that what we've been trying to do is tie as much as possible our standards, our gold standards, if you will. I hesitate to use gold because LEED uses gold. Anyway, and that's not the best part of LEED. Okay. These standards that exist, we're really trying to tie them to existing sustainability frameworks. So like LEED, like Envision, like in New York, we also use the Green Schools Guide. So as much as possible, if we can use existing pathways, if we can say deconstruction will help you achieve the sustainability goals that you already have, that makes this not an idealistic thing, but something that could ultimately help them. I don't know if you wanted to add anything.
Oh, I have so many thoughts, which is why I will talk really quickly. You're making my point for me, actually. The whole thing that we're saying is that yeah, absolutely, like super point on, is that it isn't going to happen unless it is incentivized. That's why the ordinance is a list of incentives. For X, Y, and Z, you will get X, Y, and Z. That's the whole point. And what is the combination of incentives? So where you all can step in and where this white paper steps in is says, these are the incentives that actually worked. So that is what led to the combination of incentives. It wasn't just one incentive. It was the suite of incentives that Seattle did that led to it being cheaper to deconstruct than demolish. And at the end of the day, we know that money rules. So if you are literally technically making it cheaper, it'll get to a point where at the end of the day, and you're trying to get a bid, and you can't get the bid unless you're the lowest bidder, and you actually are going to deconstruct, and that's the way you're going to get the lowest bid. You're going to deconstruct. That's simple economics. So that's what we're saying. So what I would say is for all of you, scour all all the programs that you've seen. Look at all the things that are in the white paper. Read those documents. Look at what worked. Talk to your colleagues in those cities and say, did it really work? What were the nuances of it? What were the technical pieces? What were the flaws in it? Those are things that you can, so let's say we pass this bill and your municipality hasn't got an ordinance yet. They're starting to put an ordinance. You guys are like on it, like really focused and say, no, we're gonna oppose your ordinance unless you include X, Y, and Z incentive because we know these are the things that work. That's literally what we're saying. And when you do it, you will start to create the economy, literally, where you are capturing the value of everything that's now going into the landfill that has literal value that we're wasting. You're creating the jobs, you're creating the infrastructure, so much so that it gets to a point where you can't. It's an entire world, it's an entire economy, it's an entire system. It's established, but you need the incentives to get it established. So that's what we're trying to set in place. Does that partly address what you're raising?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think these are all amazing ideas, amazing programs, amazing incentives. I would love to see at a very public level, not only kind of like a just do it marketing kind of
Absolutely.
thing, you know, where it's
This can't be that.
Right.
Absolutely.
There has to be some sort of marketing around it, and there has to be, you know, when you said, Sylvia, I believe it was you, when you said 25 years before we run out of landfill. Okay, Dr.
15 to 25.
15 to 25 years.
More like 15.
That is an immediate fear.
Exactly.
That's an
my point.
immediate, that's something
because the cost to you, to your trash tags in 15 years is gonna suck.
Right. So if there
I
were
totally
some
do
sort
say
of
that.
marketing around, you've got 15 years, general
I'm not great at
contractors, before
marketing.
you get billed for not being able, having to ship your demo out of state or out of city, then that's gonna draw attention because of the fear. So I'm all for a just do it campaign.
Here's another one.
Yeah.
Not only do I use that one,
I'll
but what I
head it
say
up,
is that the federal government just yesterday cut a $4.2 billion support to our Medicaid system, and we know that this causes huge increased healthcare costs that we now can't afford. So we're gonna have to focus on prevention. Like, you know, if you're talking about like fear tactics, there's another one, but I'm gonna let him speak.
I think just do it is taken, but I agree. We need marketing. We need better marketing and better messaging for all of this. And it is true of incentive programs. It's true of kind of moral suasion, trying to get people to do the right thing. But it's also true of mandates. And so the tools that are available to us in government are, we can mandate that people do things differently. We can incentivize or pay people to do things differently. And then in some cases, government can get out of the way of people who want to do things differently. Like, so for example, the wood bill, it's our current understanding that it is difficult for you to use wood that's been reclaimed because it doesn't meet code. And so we have a bill that we've passed in the Senate that would basically, that was a very subtle suggestion to my colleague that the Assembly get on board with that. But that that we're basically just permitting that. So if you are in your business and you're thinking, oh, it would be great if the government created a new incentive program, we're very interested in that. If there is some rule or regulation or statute that you're running up against where you think, what society wants us to do is use this material or this process and we can't do it, we're also interested in that, because sometimes that's the lowest hanging fruit, where we just tell government to stop like it's a kind of an unintended consequence of some existing rule that you can't do what you want to do that would be beneficial. Long term, I think we do need to think about mandating structures for people to be involved in. We have not seen very many instances in the world where kind of complex economies, complex industries have just kind of come to their senses and done the thing that is best for everybody, because there's usually a cost of doing what's right, And especially if you're in a competitive business, if you're incurring the cost and the competitor isn't incurring the cost, like short term, there's a cost. Long term, this might be cheaper and better for all of us, but short term, creating the systems, doing things differently costs money, and also it's a leap in terms of people taking risks that they, it's not their primary business to take risks, it's their primary business to, move along, build things, make profit. So we are likely, in my view, to need to create not just a system of incentives, but some mandates around this stuff, just as we did with, like, you could have said a few years ago, the logical thing for people to do is to build all electric buildings. But it's a simple fact that if we didn't mandate that, people would continue to, you've got you know how to do a gas building, you got a local hookup, you're gonna do that. So creating, I think we're very early in our thinking about what the sort of range of incentives, mandates, maybe regulatory relief that we need to do. I think we're very serious about getting that. I mean, maybe a couple things this year. Our legislative session, as I mentioned, ends in 27 days. We'll be back in January, and I think over the course of the next few months and into the fall, I think we should be setting up a set of things that we can try to develop a broad consensus around doing, and then do them statewide.
On this note, just one shout out for capacity building. I mean, one of the problems with mandates is that, I mean, if you mandate deconstruction, there's no one there to deconstruct, then you're actually driving the price up and you're creating a problem, and in the end, you're never gonna get that mandate successfully implemented, right? And so that's maybe the chance that we have with incentives and sort of a longer process. And it's incredibly important. If we look historically at the ordinances that we have, those were long processes that involved communities and advisory committees for years that brought all the stakeholders together to draft that policy, to then implement it so that everyone was on board. And so this is one of the key components of what we're doing here, I think. And maybe part of that, and just to bring it back to New York State, we were able to advise 2 municipalities in New York State already. Auburn and Dryden both have passed resolutions, not ordinances, deconstruction resolutions in the last couple of months. But what that does is it actually starts that conversation, right? It brings a policy on the table that now contractors can refer to, that you can ask for it in your town council, right? And so that starts the conversation and creates the data that we can then use to, at some point, move from a resolution to a mandated ordinance.
The last thing I would add here, and sorry, I'll be super short. There's a really robust informal version of this economy currently happening in New York State and New York City with some of these materials. And so I think one of the major challenges with this type of work is not disrupting these sort of informal economies. Very often, nonprofits are doing a lot of this logistical work. Contractors even are taking materials designated as waste. I think about asphalt when I think about this concept. We talk very often with our Department of Transportation about not disrupting reuse that is already happening, but rather elevating it from an informal economy to something that is supported by governments and really recognized more formally. So that's not really, to say that we are actively solving for this right now, but it's something to keep in mind as we continue to work on this. Wood as a low-hanging fruit, asphalt as low-hanging fruit, really supporting those who are currently working in the circular economy, even if they're not calling it the circular economy right now. And I think that speaks to the messaging piece that you really are talking about. Circular economy was not a term used in governments up until a few years ago, in academia definitely for longer. Even now through this conversation, I'm thinking, should we even call our guidance construction and demolition waste guidance? Should it be construction and demolition material guidance? Perhaps, so definitely a lot to think about in the reframing part of this conversation.
And on that very beautiful note, we will end this session here. I'm sure we will have many more conversations. Thank you all so much for the discussion we had just now. And we will break for lunch, which I'm sure everyone will be so excited about.
Thank you.
Thank you to you. You did an amazing job. Thank you.
Start session 4 with just a quick overview, and then we'll jump in and have a nice discussion amongst our panelists here. My name is Sydney Mainster. I'm the VP of Sustainability of Design Management I'm the VP of Sustainability and Design Management at the Durst organization. kick off this session, I wanted to give you a short glimpse into the work we've recently been doing at Durst, and then turn it over to our esteemed panelists. So for those of you unfamiliar with the Durst organization, it's a 105-year-old family-owned and run generational real estate development organization based here in New York City. The company owns and operates 12 million square feet of premier office space in Manhattan, including the buildings and inclusive of the buildings you see here. The residential portfolio has 4,000 rental apartments units across 3 million square feet. 2030 Hallett's Point on the end here is the most recent multifamily development located in Astoria, Queens. So why am I moderating this panel? Well, you should know that I am a building material product supply chain manufacturing nerd. On this slide, this was my attempt to visualize for our design consultants, so many of you in the room that we would work with, about how I expect you to interrogate the building products you're considering specifying on Durst projects. Interrogation necessitates an iterative approach to product selection, which we push for early in the design phase in order to end up with products that satisfy a range of criteria: performance, sustainability, chemical exclusion, cost, availability, appearance, maintenance, and of particular interest for today's discussion, end-of-life reuse. Please note that as a building owner, I have a time-based relationship with these products, lasting beyond installation, anywhere from 1 to 2 years, all the way up to 50 plus for some products like those used in the building envelope. If you remember nothing else from today, please remember that no building product is permanent, which is why maintenance and end-of-life considerations and the discussions we're having in all the panels today are so critical. I created this flowchart back in 2015. It's still how we assess and evaluate which products go into our projects today. I think highlighting some of the shorter lifespan materials are pretty relevant to today's conversation with panelists. I'm highlighting this study because it specifically highlights interior fit-out items like carpet tile, ceiling tile, and office fronts. Because when we study embodied carbon impacts for new construction projects, the structure and envelopes are the heavy hitters. However, if you really consider the full life cycle of the building and assume a 10-year renovation fit-out scenario like LMN architects did when they did an embodied carbon study for their own office space, you can see how it adds up over time. So specifically for interior fit-outs in our commercial portfolio, we've adopted a circularity strategy for a few different building products: carpet tile, ceiling tile, furniture, and gypsum drywall when possible, some of which might be mentioned by our panelists today. However, in June of last year, we successfully focused on interior architectural glass for the first time. As you see in this image, our former offices on the 48th and 49th floors at One Bryant Park featured a significant amount of interior glazing and in office fronts and in entry doors. While architectural glass used in the building envelope might last 50 years, all the glass used on the interior will be installed for a much shorter time frame, if you assume 8 to 10 years is the average lease length in New York City. So what did we do? Well, in conversations with Certainteed, a subsidiary of Saint-Gobain, we identified the potential to reclaim post-consumer architectural glass and use it as feedstock for the manufacture of fiberglass insulation, which, by the way, if you use cullet instead of silica, reduces the embodied carbon of that insulation by 1/3. We ended up being connected to a key player, which is a glass processor, and recaptured all the interior office glass without interrupting an extremely tight schedule, which is important to owners and contractors, many of which are on this panel, and at no significant additional cost, as well as nothing extraordinary in terms of condition of removal. In total, we captured 22 tons of glass cullet from 63,500 square feet of interior office space. After the success, I emailed some industry colleagues, including those on this panel here, with a crazy idea. What if every interior demo project in New York City committed to recovering their architectural glass instead of sending it somewhere else? And what about envelope? So a crazy colleague of mine, Amanda Kaminsky, imagined that this could be done on the exterior. Imagine how impactful it would be to convince all these projects to do this. And sure enough, Consigli demonstrated that you could do it on the exterior, recapturing 40 tons of glass from their project in White Plains. These two were the first two pilots in New York City to successfully recapture architectural glass as feedstock for fiberglass. And luckily, other people didn't think this was so crazy either. So we have two more projects currently underway. And we are convening every 6 weeks with 65 plus stakeholders from different industries who are interested in figuring out how to make this happen on more and more projects. Thanks to the commitment of 3 of the panelists we'll hear from today, we continue the success. So how does this actually happen? Well, this is actually how they're doing it in London, where they've done over 200 projects in the last 2 years. And how do we actually make a process like this actually more widely adopted in the market? And some of our panelists will add to this discourse today. Well, we need to equip the industry. How do we do this? We need to anticipate the questions and support people in the field doing this work. We need to remove hurdles, remove the I've never done this before contractor markup, engage the design community early, identify someone who wants and values what you are saving from a project, identify areas and risk, and make it easier to contract. As an owner, the question people ask me a lot is, why are you doing this and why should I do this? And frankly, that's the wrong question. What I ask back is it possible to reclaim existing materials through urban mining, meaning reclaiming products from our existing built environment? And why would a project ever discard something so valuable in the first place? We've heard a lot about the statistics at the New York State level, the potential of urban mining, and in New York City alone, C&D accounts for more than 60% of the solid waste stream. So here's our ideal ecosystem, especially around glass, is that we recapture this, it goes back into feedstock, and then it goes back on built projects. The projects we talked about that were shown are the pilots to show that this is successful. And the panelists today will talk more about their experience with successful projects, not only with glass, but with other materials in the built environment. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to the panelists where I have a number of questions that I'd like to ask them. Great. I'd like you to kick us off, and I would ask all the panelists to please cite specific examples of past projects where you've been successful, because I know you all have been. So Amanda, how do you determine the value of reclaimed materials? Is it a chicken and egg issue? If you collect it, will a need be found, or does the value need to exist and precede it in order to be successful with reclamation efforts?
I think it's sometimes dependent on the material at hand. And, a couple of examples I'll provide. One, I think if there's some historical or importance to the material. So I think about if anybody's ever been to Sawkill Lumber here in New York, it's like this beautiful active working wood museum almost, but it's like you really appreciate the difference between that type of wood and the kind of 2x4s that are off the shelf at Home Depot now. And so I think anytime we encounter material like that, there's a beauty and a story to it. The way that they have the lumber or the wood categorized there, they tell you where it comes from in the different slots. There's I always have a hard time pronouncing this word, but there's a wood from Worcestershire sauce casks. Yeah. You know what I mean? There's wood from like redwood water tanks. There's Coney Island boardwalk wood. It's incredible. And so I think
when we encounter material like that. I'll say I've never really worked with reuse of plastics. I wish they didn't exist. They do exist. There are other people that luckily are finding uses for that material. But I would say also, right now we're working on a renovation of the Apollo Theater, and there are these chandeliers coming out of that building that that just have heard the most amazing music and stories told around them, and so I think there's like a significance there too. But then sometimes the driver might come about from realizing what happens if a material gets landfilled, and so I think that's for me why I'm hyper passionate about drywall diversion, because I know that whenever it goes to landfill, it causes hydrogen sulfide gas, which exacerbates asthma for communities around those landfills. And sometimes I really wish that we had a landfill right in the middle of Manhattan so people didn't have to ignore it. I feel like it's very easy to not understand what happens in and around landfills because they're blissfully far away from where we all live and work. And so I think understanding, though, what happens when we don't take better care of the materials coming out of our buildings helps to drive a need to find a home for those materials. And so I think drywall is a good example of that. It's also a very highly recyclable material. I wish it was reused more. It's sometimes hard to do that. I think there are ways that it can be reused more. There's like a zipper connector that can be applied whenever you're installing the material. It's just not usually, and then you could just literally like almost unzip it. People don't use that very often, so I think that's a way that could happen more. And then I'll just give one other example. I think about 15 years ago, I was visiting a concrete manufacturing plant or a batch plant in Brooklyn, and it was during winter time, and it was kind of a warmer winter, and everybody was kind of freaking out about how the mix designs that they had on file weren't viable because they couldn't get the fly ash in because there wasn't a lot of coal-fired power generation that winter because it was so warm. And it got us kind of like thinking like, oh wow, that's crazy. So like, what do we just go back to all cement mixes? And then also as EPA was at that point in time working to phase out coal-fired power plants, we were thinking like, oh geez, so this is gonna be a continued issue. We're also looking at okay, there's blast furnace slag available. However, most of the steel making across the US was converting or had already converted to electric arc furnace, which doesn't produce slag to replace cement and concrete. And so we were looking at how do we diversify our supply chain options, which everybody likes to have diversified options. And so that drove us to look for other materials that could be used as a cement replacement, but be well performing and not cause any new issues. And that led us to glass, bottle glass, coming out of our municipal recycling streams. And so I think sometimes the need prompts the resourcing and really looking at where we can urban mine those materials. And then in other cases, because of the real problems that exist, whether it's our landfills filling up or whether it's like actually causing really bad problems in the landfills, that we need to find other ways of managing that material.
Amazing, thank you. So I think I'm gonna turn this over to Nelson next. So Amanda talked about the value, but I think what I like about having you on the panel is really when the rubber hits the road on a job site and you actually are tasked with reclaiming some of this. I think some projects lend themselves to more successful reclamation efforts than others. Can you talk about some of the job site specific needs to reclaim, for example, some of the materials Amanda or I talked about, and let's say, is it space, is it storage, is it a loading dock, is it buy-in? What are those things that actually work?
Yeah, sure. I come from the field, so before taking this waste and circularity role, I was on the job sites interpreting many of the drawings that you guys were making and understanding what the intent actually was versus what may have been shown. What I think is really important is that time, a level set of understanding, and the expectation of how is important. I think of how we receive our drawings, especially in the interior space. I think it's a really important aspect of this. My job is to get that turned over and looking the way that you all want it looking as fast as possible so that our collective clients can start generating revenue in that space. And if the expectation and the inclusion of recycling, diverting, salvaging is not there from the start, I am there in that supermarket sweep, ready to go, start trying to turn that over, but then also trying to figure out what is there. And that's where time, I think, really comes into play. And being able to do some of the things that we've heard about from different aspects of today already is the idea of doing that assessment. Yes, Seattle has a great salvage assessment that's there, and I think they're still trying to work on how that can be executed more effectively. And there's obviously a whole bunch, and we didn't hear from Dave today, obviously, but there's a lot of that infrastructure that's needed to help support this. But I think it's really important to say, if we can all prioritize earlier on and engaging with our shared clients about the opportunity that may exist within some of these materials, we may be able to buy ourselves some of that time to do the things. We had a project in California who was replacing ceiling tile at an airport. During the walk, one of the bidding trade partners said, there's nothing on the drawings for us to recycle this ceiling tile. Can we do that? And the team said, yeah, sure, what would that cost? And the specific trade partner said, there wouldn't be any additional cost if we could figure out the laydown area for it. So we ended up recycling 25 tons of ceiling tile with the airport's help to identify some hangar space on the campus at no additional cost to the client, delivering all of that diversion for them in an area of the country where you conventionally get laughed at for these things. I had another picture sent to me this morning to the point where I called that project manager back. We're renovating, and by renovating I mean we're replacing the Austin Convention Center. And it was a picture of 300,000 square foot of carpet that was not, as of January 30th, intended to be returned to that manufacturer. We did not have it built into the job. The contract went out very quickly. There was a diversion requirement, and they said, we can get that with steel and concrete. The rest of it's just gonna go away. We'll hit diversion, no problem. We asked the trade partner to put the price for what it would be. They gave it back to us. It was that I don't want to do it number that we sometimes call other things. But we worked with the manufacturer to really kind of hone in what their expectations were for the process. And they are gonna divert well over 120 tons of carpet tile by returning that back to the manufacturer, which is a great story for our client to share, and I think is gonna help put pressure on some of our other clients to change their perspectives of what's possible. And I think one of the other things that we've been exploring with our own demo and labor force is the idea of selective deconstruction for the purposes of diverting material. But what I always kind of knew from, again, that operation side is that our teams may actually realize some efficiencies. And from our trade labor manager in Philadelphia, he said this was the cleanest, safest job I've been on. And now the question is, what'd they do? They removed ceiling tile, they dropped doors, frames, and hardware, knocked down frames, palletized what they could, and then they were able, because there was no doors in their way, they were taking drywall out in 4-foot rips, dropping it right into their buggies, and those buggies went onto a box truck that eventually went to a drywall downcycler for agricultural feedstocks. So I think there's a little bit of creativity, and from a general contracting perspective, I think we sometimes get scared of those things, but we also anticipate what our trade partners are gonna do, because I've done this my entire career, or my dad or my mom did it this way, this is how we're gonna continue to do it. There is willingness, if we can find the right avenues to have the conversation and show the value proposition, and we've had some success with demonstrating and committing to our partners that no one's gonna get hurt by exploring these things, because that's kind of where we're at right now, is we need to explore and be creative. So yeah, I think those are some, at least some things to grab onto, but I think there's a massive opportunity in the interior space, especially with the rate of turnover on some of these things.
Amazing, thanks so much. I'm actually gonna jump to Carlos, because you mentioned about needing to be involved at the design phase to really make sure this is included as even a concept for the project. So Carlos, who needs to be involved during design to best plan for this? And what needs to be understood early? What's the role for design documentation in enabling success? And how have you used this to enable success on a past project?
Sure. So, well, first of all, I think it's really, really exciting to have a panel where the majority of the panel has nothing to do with architecture, the profession, but everything to do with the buildings. That's best, because I think the role of construction managers and contractors early in the process is the only thing that opens the door to any of these. In our experience, we've done a lot of projects in New York that are adaptive reuse, focused in a more traditional sense. But because we do a lot of work in the UK, in London, we've got exposed to a city that has sort of kicked up this process. They're in the same struggle that we've been hearing about the whole day. Where is the infrastructure? How do you create a market? But they started requiring assessments, circularity assessments for projects a little bit earlier, right? So 2021, I think, is when they added to the London plan the requirement for every large project to document what's in the building and then submit it to the city as part of planning. And even if you're not doing anything special to a project, sort of opens the door suddenly for these discussions in a way that here, only in projects where we really push really hard and there's the right people in the room, you can do it. So I wanted to mention two projects because it's sort of like we learned from one into the other, and that led into a really interesting case study. So we were working on a retrofit of an office project in London that was going to have a significant amount of demolition. And the client was way more experienced than we were on issues of circularity. So they came to us and they said, look, we've done a building before. This was actually about glass. We know exactly what we need to do. So they knew better than we did to bring to the table at the beginning of the project. This is like concept or stage one in the London system. The construction company was going to do the project, and then the glass recycling or processor that they had worked with before that would turn glass from buildings into some sort of a recycled bottle setup. And that forced us something that we had never done before, which is to do an inventory of the building, right? And I think that's where this question of not only who needs to be there on the table early, which 100% is your construction manager and your client be willing to do it, but on the architecture side, what you need to do is create a space, that you were talking about time, right? Create space in your process so that you can do that inventory and understand what's available in a building. Because that takes time, that takes specific types of documentation, that takes understanding, guessing out who's gonna be able to take what. But then you end up with a document that you can share with the people that start joining the project, and sometimes there are ideas that come out of the process that you didn't account before. In that project, there is also interesting circularity within the construction, because, and this is again to the point of having your construction partners really, really early in the process, the part of the building that has been reused and maintained the most is the basement and foundation structure, but they needed to support the structure while other things were being done. So they figured out a way to size the steel structure that support the existing basement in a way that then directly is reused in the superstructure of the building itself, right? Which is a really creative, cool way to keep loop within the site. So we learned a lot in that project, and that led to our 81 Newgate Street project, which is being completed right now, which is another office building, another reuse of a building. In this case, it's a reclad. And we got to that project. The really exciting thing about it, or maybe the only exciting thing about it, is that it's kind of an 80s, somewhat meh building, I would say. But it really is exciting because it has Portland stone, somewhat locally sourced throughout the facade, sort of as a raised screen system. So because we had had that inventory process before, we knew what to do early in the process. We also learned that, and this is critical for architects, if you want to do any of these things and you work with an existing building, you cannot rely, at least as of today, on the digital documentation that you get of like a third party that comes and does the scan, because it's for another purpose, right? You need something with more information. So we had to rebuild a BIM model from scratch so we could count what was there, and we did an inventory of all the stone pieces, and then map those to the new facade. And they're part of the final design of the building. And this question of who you need in the table at the beginning came up again in this case, because Mace, who is the construction company in that case, was on board with the whole idea and wanted to do it. The challenge, and this is something shared with New York, is that this is a building really close to St. Paul in the center of London. You don't have space to store the whole stone of the facade while you do everything else in the building and clean it and treat it, right? There's no way. So it wasn't going to happen. And then May said, well, actually, Grants, who is the stone processor that ended up working in the project, we think we can talk to them because they work with this other precast company that has space. So we think they might be willing to. So they brought to a table this other party and they said, yeah, of course, we'll keep it in our facility, we'll process it ourselves, and then we'll bring it back to the site. So for months, you had these piles of clean stone pieces that we got to see and figure out there's some with like a weird corner shape that you don't know exactly where to put in the building. And then those were recast into sort of like larger unitized panels, which makes it easier to move the schedule faster effectively and turn out in the building, right? But I think that for those two, the two caseaways were documentation and construction and kind of manufacturing very early in the process. Yeah.
Thanks so much. I want to stick with existing buildings and turn it over to Stephen. Stephen, you, Skyline and Durst have been working together for many years to do the very challenging task of work on existing building retrofit while occupied, maybe one while not occupied. So I'd like to ask you, how much does the project type and location determine job constraints, or, for example, the obstacles that you might encounter, for example, when it's an existing building that is also occupied? So, and with those obstacles, besides what I just mentioned, what is really stopping you from adopting material reclamation? If you could outline some of really what are the hurdles of doing this standard practice on a job site?
Sure. So we're kind of an interesting outfit that we work in the new construction world and also in the retrofit, as you mentioned. A lot of the buildings we looked at earlier, I've looked at on both sides of that business. New York is kind of unique, and we've had the conversation about the difference even as close as Westchester about how the size constraints change relative to the projects that are being done. No CM wants to hear that their window guy needs 2,000 square feet to lay down windows and wait for the trash hauler to come to take away material. No building is set up to have that extra stream moving through its existing refuse stream. You know, you have your hauler who does the removal of the existing building's waste, and the building is really only set up to do 100% of the reclamation it's already doing. So we find ourselves in a really interesting position. Our work requires us to be kind of surgical about our approach in existing building. We can't just rip all the windows out of the building and run a 10-week reclamation process out of the, the yard out front that they don't have. So every day we're producing a finite amount of waste. Every day that finite amount has to go somewhere because it doesn't have a home in the building. And so where we're working on right now is a system where when my mechanics take the material out of the building, instead of handing it off to someone who's just going to landfill it, or who at best is going to strip the aluminum, which is highly recyclable, and then landfill the glass, finding partners who are willing to make use of both components and trying to find low labor input ways to separate the components. Because a window, and every person that I come across who hasn't dealt with windows before, you find out immediately that it's a thing you never thought of that has a complexity to it that you just, if I asked you to describe all the components of a facade, bad room to make this example, most people don't have a really extensive working knowledge of all those little details that go into, how many materials are in the outside wall of your building. When we work with contractors, everyone has systems. Basically every contractor is a logistical monster, right? And everyone has a slightly different way to approach a new construction project, and you adjust your approaches to the requirements. Are we building a small brick building? Are we building a Geary building? There's different approaches, but it fits within the system. With an existing building, we're often coming in and working with a partner architect who has design cues they're trying to hit, performance requirements they're trying to hit. But if we went through the Durst portfolio and said over the next 35 years, we're going to do every single one of these projects, the system would be adapted every single time to the totally unique situation in every single one of those buildings. And then you pile onto that the fact that some of these buildings are going to be occupied. We do 1,000-unit residential buildings where people go for a walk in Central Park in the day and come back, and we've completely done all the work in their apartment. We do office buildings where at night we're doing 25, 30, 35 glazing units. Same deal, you leave at 4:30, 5 o'clock, and as the guys are putting down drop cloths in your office space, you come back the next day, we're gone. Early conversations about what the challenges are specific to that site, early conversations and an honest conversation about how different this site is or the ways this site is different than the last project that this project team may have approached. We often come to a site where everybody feels like this is rubber stamp, let's do it again. And we're going through the walkthrough and saying, well, it's not rubber stamp, you know. Yes, this is a nearly identical 60s bronze curtain wall building, but they VE'd these 3 points, and it's going to totally change what you need in the way of abatement, in the way of access, where the anchor points are. We're often deglazing one building, but cutting away complete frames in another. Every single one of these has to be approached as though it is its own special logistical plan. And the earlier we can have that conversation, the earlier we can get buy-in from the designers while they're working with the owner to kind of white paper the project. And then as they're interviewing construction managers, making sure that they're being given the best information that they can have at their disposal to make their plans. Nothing is worse than, you know, an owner is working with 3 CMs, they pick a horse to ride, and then 6 months into the process, the CM says, wait, you never told us that the glass needed to be abated by a separate contractor because it's got hot materials in its mastic. There's a flexibility required to accurately and completely approach one of these projects that I think can feel a little bit loosey-goosey at times, but finding partners, finding owners that care about these things, finding partners that care about or want to learn about these things, and ultimately finding contractors like myself who, when you start the conversation, they don't just look at you with a blank face or give you a number that clearly says, I don't want to be bothered. You know, call me when it's easy, I don't care, you'll find somebody else to do the hard stuff. The process kind of self-selects for that, we hope. You would know better than me in a lot of situations. But in most cases, with an early enough approach and an open enough conversation about that approach, you can find a way to convey the material from the building in a shape, in a stream, in a form, where it then can be handed off to the next step. And provided it's not covered in ACM, generally there are now markets that want these materials and can find ways to make use of them past their existence on the structure.
So I've heard a lot, thank you. So early conversations, everybody at the table, good inventory. Is there one entity that is really the linchpin in progressing action? Is it a manufacturer? Is it a secondary market? Is it good contractors at the table that are willing to do crazy things? If you guys, each one of you wouldn't mind just providing your thoughts about the catalyst for making this happen. Amanda, you want to kick us off?
Well, I'm going to be self-important, and I'm going to say the GC, and I feel like I can say that because I used to be an architect, I used to be an owner, I used to work with manufacturers on R&D, and while all of the, having a very proactive owner makes things so much easier, where having everything detailed in the specification makes things so much easier. I've had the experience just very recently where we didn't have either of those things and we still made it work. And I do think that so much just comes down to smart logistics. And I think I've told some of you in the room that I sometimes use that as like a tricky way to get our teams to come along with some of these things. Like, oh yeah, it's just the logistics are gonna be too hard, right? We can't figure that out. Because, you know, a good GC prides themselves on smart logistics. And so I think sometimes when you might not have, you almost never have the like perfect scenario where every single team member is like highly engaged, unless you have a very proactive owner like Sydney, who's asking and only hiring people that are like that. And so I always think about this in my mind as like a soccer field, and you know, no matter what, the goal is to get the ball in the goal, and like the goal in this case is like the end reuser of the material or recycler of the material. And you know, you're gonna find a way, even if your teammate's not like running to you know, an open space to receive the ball, maybe you'll just dribble the ball down the field yourself. You're gonna figure out a way to get the ball in the goal. And so I think every situation is a little bit different as to how proactive your teammates are on the field, how good the the defense might be, or obstacles on the construction site, but you're going to figure it out, or you're going to lose. And so, I think that's just, and every game is different, just like every project is different, and you're always going to have a different scenario. But if you figure out the right plays or the right logistics, you can always make it work.
So maybe it's too much to ask the other contractors to disagree that the contractor is the most important, or maybe you agree and you want to talk more about it?
I will say that for not just the two of us, but others who aren't in the room on the general contracting side, I think it's fair to say over the last probably year and a half, there has been a lot of us kind of teaming up to understand how we can make this easier of a lift on ourselves and as a result, all of our shared clients. Because if one of us is continually trying to do this ourselves, we're going to run into an issue of not having enough runway of projects with material to substantiate a manufacturer to mobilize one of their locations to take their product back. So I think that's something that's there. But I do think it's really important, and not to intentionally volley over to Stephen, but I think regardless of who our trade partners are, they have an abundance of knowledge of one specific thing, which I have often found myself very jealous of. If we're talking about a carpenter, they don't need to worry about how many coats of paint or exactly what has to be there or exactly how the mechanical system needs to be tested before the tin knocker can walk away from something. They have one thing to master, where I feel like we have to be enough to be dangerous in all of them and to be able to smell out when somebody's telling us something that isn't all the way true, but if we're not willing to acknowledge that we don't know that, we're not brave enough to push back. So I think incorporating the trade partners into this conversation is really important, because there's a lot of, I think, material efficiencies that they are aware of because they're always touching drywall. Or if you're talking to a flooring installer, to be able to figure out what the right amount of additional manpower is going to be associated with one thing or another. Or can I get you to put your cutoffs into a cardboard box to send back to a manufacturer on your new installation? Like, that is a conversation where they're saying, I'm going to throw that out anyway. Yeah, sure, I can put it into a box. And I think that there's the engagement and having the conversation is a way for us to tap into that knowledge that they're already doing. My last project, my carpenter foreman said, what's the next job you're going to? I'm like, not this. Like, I am over being on a job site at 5 o'clock in the morning. Like, I am done with this for now. He's like, well, what can I do in sustainability? And I was like, just separate your metal from your drywall, and when you're taking your ceilings out, palletize it. He's like, all right, what else? I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, I'm gonna have all my jobs do this going forward because that makes sense. I'm already touching it. I'm just gonna put it in one spot. I'm not gonna make more work for my laborer because then I have to pay him more. So I think incorporating those trade partners at whatever type of even project to figure out if there's a way to maybe use reusable containers to ship that glass to a job site, so we're not having to load up a 30-yarder of just wood, because that sounds dumb to me and inefficient, which I think is at the core of a lot of the things that we're talking about, that we're really just asking people to be a little bit creative about how we can get more efficient.
Stephen, do you want to provide the partner perspective?
I think we're all very important partners. This becomes sort of an intangible that someone in my position sells to a client, where we say, ask our competition about their sustainability efforts. Ask our competition if they've considered, are there reusables they could be using where they're currently using disposables? We keep a half a dozen glass fabricators. These are people that make Guardian, Saint-Gobain, Viracon products. They're our go-tos over and over again. One of the reasons to do that for us is because when we have enough volume happening, we use a reusable rack system. If I need one light of specialty glass from one guy in wherever who makes it by hand, he's going to put it in a box. There's no way around that. It just doesn't make sense to ship things back and forth. But if I'm going to get a container of glass from Tivitec in Spain every week with thousands of pounds of glass on it, it has to be on steel racks. There's just no way around it. We can't be taking in all that lumber. We don't want to process it. And at a certain volume, you pack the racks back into the container and send it back to them, or they have partners here that we can offload them to, and it kind of works in a rotation. You can weed out a lot of on the contractor side, you can weed out a lot of competition that is selling themselves as performing at a certain level by asking smart questions. And then when you survey a series of contractors, and the window guys, drywall guys, carpenters, if you ask every carpenter you deal with the same kind of set group of questions, and one guy clearly doesn't have answers to your questions, that should be a red flag. We have started, when we interview a new glass vendor, a new gasket vendor, the guy who wants to sell us the silicone, we have a long list, a litany that we send them before they can come in to pitch us that says, explain to us all these, not just literal, what do you offer us in terms of your services, but questions about their company, who they employ. Architecture, design, construction is a place where there really is no such thing as a dumb question. If you see, if something pops up, a term, a component that you don't recognize, just ask somebody. The people that sell these things and install these things love nothing more than to go on and on and on about the minutia of what it is they have to offer you. And if the sustainability program is something that's important to you, make that the minutia. Be the person on the team that contributes that as the line of questions. You know, I'll sit in a meeting where there's a dozen representatives of the project, and the sustainability person is the only person with any questions about sustainability. If they're not there, who's going to carry that mantle for the team? Who's going to be the one in the site meetings? You know, we had an RFI, we went to site, we went to look at it, and the contractor threw up a solution that seems a bit wasteful. Grill them about it. You know, you have one chance in that meeting with everybody present and everybody bought into solving that problem, where you can try and steer things in a direction that makes the outcome better for the project and better for this larger economy that we're concerned with.
So, Carlos, Stephen is positing that the designers are as critical as perhaps the GC with these questions. What's your take on the linchpin to make this happen?
I'm gonna first adhere to like the everybody's important position. I think there's no, but it truly is, right? Because I think that we're talking about complex problems that everybody needs to touch, and I think that if you don't have all the pieces on the table, you cannot really do it. I think that is also an interesting question of who's the linchpin today versus maybe in 10 years after all of these cool circular economy ideas that we've discussed today happen. I think that right now, the sustainability champion, whoever that is, that sometimes is on the design side, sometimes is on the client side, sometimes is on the construction management side, right? So it's not necessarily the architect or the designer, but whoever the sustainability champion is in the project is usually the person that starts the process and brings people to the table. That's really important. But then after that, I think the trust between client and construction is really important. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, no. Thank you.
Yep.
So I have one final question for each panelist. It's intended to be short, so we can throw it to the audience for some questions. I'll just go in order. Please describe one short and one long-term action that others in your role on a project can take to enable circularity to happen.
Short term would be as simple as asking the client or evaluating the materials that are coming out, whether it's installation of new, asking if any of the circular traits of a product were part of the design considerations, or advocating for that for our clients. And then on the long-term side, I think it's really about developing the relationships within the industry, whether it's within your direct competitors or trade partner markets on the conventional subcontractor side, but also manufacturers. We've leaned in a lot with manufacturers to try and develop those relationships so that I can get benefit out of their availability of programs in certain places, but also you learn very quickly that they need the support internally as well to convince their stakeholders to do all the things that we're asking them for, because it may be available in one part of the country, but not an availability in the other. And they've got to convince a plant manager to be able to take drywall back, even though it may be one of the massive plants within the country.
Yeah, I actually have very similar thoughts. First off, I would say though, I really appreciated that what was suggested a few times throughout the morning today, in that we should take a lot of care in the terminology that we use and not predetermine something as waste. Waste gets used, that term gets used so frequently, where it's like we're predetermining that something can't have a reuse or a recycling option. And like, it drives me crazy that it just because it's like easy and everybody knows what CWM means, construction waste management, that everybody just sticks with that W. I really think I think that's first an important step to take, to call things resources, potential resources. Even debris to me indicates like a potential. So there's that, and then I think definitely performing salvage assessments, even if the owner's not asking for it, and including as many of the team as possible in those salvage assessments, but especially the architect. It shouldn't just be the GC walking the site. It should be the architect, because maybe there's a potential for reuse of those materials on site. So those are sort of the short-term, like, do it right now, like, why wouldn't you things? And that's whether you're a GC or whether you're an architect or an owner or really anybody. And then longer term, similar to what you mentioned, Nelson, really taking the opportunity whenever you get it to visit any of the reuse outfits in your region, to really see what they're capable of, so that when you kind of never know when an opportunity is going to come up. And if you haven't been to a facility to understand, how they work and how they process, and I'm talking about reuse outfits, I'm talking about recycling facilities also, and manufacturing facilities, processors. It's all abstract until you're there and actually see. It takes time, yeah, but it's totally worth it. And I think also going every couple of years, because these processes evolve. Different equipment affords different potential for doing, making improvements to what we do on job sites. So never turn down an opportunity to make those visits, and just always make them happen.
Right. The short one is easy. For architects, write this stuff in your scopes. So you need to create the space and the time, and sometimes the space of the time is like 2 weeks, right? But if it doesn't exist in a scope as a task and it doesn't have a timeline, it doesn't happen. And you've lost the chance to walk the site. You've lost the chance to potentially, if you know that you think you need an inventory, there's no reason why you cannot discuss it with a client at the beginning of a project. There's so many projects where when they touch our sustainability team, there's already a contract signed and some partner negotiated a scope for the project, and that's it, right? So that's an easy thing to do that everybody that works in this can do. And there is a poor soul in every other company that has your same challenge and is trying to convince people. Write something for that person, they'll get really, really happy, right? And I think in the long term, I think it's this question of like the network and the relationships. I think you need to start collecting a group of people, manufacturers and processors and so on, that you can ask questions when the time comes. That's a more long-term effort, but probably the most critical one.
I think short term, there's a set number of materials that we all work with, and for everyone's firms seem to run in a vein of they work with sort of materials that are familiar to the firm. Become a master of the materials that you're working with. The people that sell the products have to do that. We're pushed very hard by our owners, by our stakeholders in our office, to get educated on our product. And what ends up happening is the more you know and the more kind of exposure you get to the environment around each of those products, the more informed you become, and then long term, you know what threads to pull on when something doesn't seem correct about what you're being told, or when someone has a proposition about the way they could approach a certain material. If you know about the stone that makes up the facade systems that your firm tends to work with, you can be a more educated consumer, and it empowers you to help drive the conversations about that product and why we're using it and how we're using it.
Awesome. So with that, I will turn it over to I think we have time for a few audience questions. I see one hand.
Thank you all so much for making the time to come and speak with us. It's really amazing to hear everyone's perspectives. I've got a question about design for disassembly and how, and really anyone, I think anyone can answer this, but how important or how effective is that at being able to deconstruct a building economically. And I think, you know, design for disassembly probably takes a little bit of a shift in mindset when we think about detailing, right? So we may or may not be able to achieve the same exact aesthetic, let's say. Looking at Steve, like maybe, for example, we should think about making pressure plates cool again, right? We told each other that pressure plates weren't cool for a long time. But maybe there needs to be a little bit of a cultural shift in how we think about certain details. And so I was just curious, like, from y'all's perspective, is it the make or break, like how efficiently you can deconstruct rather than take a sledgehammer to something? How important is that to making the economics work?
I can just say one thing real fast and then pass it off to you, Stephen. But it's one of the things that we're finding very attractive about prefab and modular construction, that at least certain components can be much more easily disassembled. And you know, there's a lot to be said for the reduction in waste in the making process as well, when it can just be better managed off-site than sometimes it can on-site. And so that's one way that we're looking at this, especially in a situation like where we're working with a hospital and there's a lot of repetition of a certain module of construction, like an operating room or a bathroom, or you know, sometimes with government, they're very interested in efficiencies, and so there's you know, certain uses on military sites where they need to have replication, and they like to have it be the same way on all of their sites. And so there's really interesting opportunities, I think, to consider it more carefully in prefab and modular than maybe traditional construction. So it's a partial answer to your question.
Identifying the things that are going to be here long term, and the things that are going to be here in the mid-span, and the things that are going to be sort of replaceable in the near term, and approaching the detailing and walking through that exercise and saying, okay, I have my structure that's not going to change for the life of this building. I have my, I'll pick on curtain wall, I have my curtain wall mullions, they're probably not going to change. Eventually, someone's going to want to upgrade this glass. How do I make sure that I haven't trapped the future users of this building because we have this one little glazing detail we have to get to over here, and we're going to pile 5, 10, 18 inches of things in front of it? How would I go through the process, asking the teams, looking at the details, if you need to make a repair in this system or that system, how are you going to get to these components? What are the components that are likely to need service? That, I think also from a building owner's perspective, when your design team is on top of those things and explains complicated details in terms of the reason we're doing this is because your predecessor 25 years from now is going to want to do a repair here, and we've made it easy for them. It cost a cent more, whatever the answer is, but there's a logic to it, and it becomes something that, you know, you build that into your practice, and then long term you'll see other places those opportunities pop up.
And I think that from a design perspective, that's a really important point, that sometimes when you try to bring the question of design for disassembly in a project, it's a very scary proposition because it sounds like, how are we going to do that? When is that going to happen? It's not different than designing for easier repair. And that is something that every client and every owner understands. It's the same principles, the same things you need to be able to get to things and replace them. So selling it that way and documenting it is way more effective and helpful in the long term.
And this is mostly from a healthcare perspective. Can we stop gluing things to walls? Like, there's other ways. We can caulk whatever seam or gap may be at the top, but like, I think about the tubs of like construction specialties glue that show up, or watching somebody just throw adhesive on the back of a panel. Like, there's other ways to attach things. Like, yeah.
There are also good historical details and approaches to things that, for the sake of pushing design for design's sake, sometimes we want to make everything seamless. Everything should be an iPhone. Everything should be nice. And there are specific details, especially in fenestration, where the reason it was done the way it was done forever is because they anticipated needing to send a guy with some chisels to go fix the thing. Little things, the reliefs, the ways joineries come together. The solutions often involve encasement. Just bury it. The material we're working with, can't do what we want, so let's just pile something else on top of it. It's more expensive. It makes it a nightmare to repair and maintain things. Learning to incorporate those details in a concept in an attractive way rather than force it in a direction that the product or the material or the detail doesn't want you to take it, I think can avoid a lot of heartache in the long term.
Any other?
I can just talk loud. But thank you. This is very interesting. And Carlos, I was just wondering if you could, in the last 2 minutes we have, talk about, just go through a quick overview of how you do your inventory.
5 minutes. Okay. No, I'm not gonna speak 5 minutes. I'm gonna speak one. So when we've done these and the projects that we've done in London starts with the walkthrough from the project. And then we have a very robust BIM, like digital technology team. So the BIM model becomes the centerpiece of tracking a lot of this stuff. So a lot of the inventory is taking the documentation, drawings, and walkthroughs of the project, and then slowly getting layers and components organized in the model. And then using that as a starting point with the other consultants. So it starts with measurements data, usually it's like point cloud type of stuff, but then a lot of that we just rebuild. So the inventory is very much trying to model everything in the building. We haven't done inventory of interiors, for example, right? So if we're talking about furniture and doors and partitions, that is probably a much more complicated process. For the projects where we've done it, we've focused on kind of main structure, main interior finishes, and envelope. And that the process has been going through the building, getting existing documentation, getting a point cloud, bringing that into Revit. And then out of that very dumb Revit model that doesn't distinguish what is what, then start to actually model ourselves, the layers in the wall, the components of the structure. At the end of that, now you have a clean Revit model, you are just exporting material quantities and getting counts of things, right? But it's a labor-intensive process. And that's why I was saying you sort of need to build into your scope that you're gonna do that, right? Because if not, somebody else is gonna have to do it to some degree down the line, or then everything is gonna go to waste because then there's no accounting and somebody just goes into the building. So it's always been this combination of like digital mapping and then manual modeling. I don't know if that answers the question or not, but.
Digitized as-built drawings,
Yep.
logs, invincible 5 terabyte hard drives, the construction ones with the cool plastic on the outside. Write it into your specs. Contractors, no more, I mark up on 8 out of 10 specs that I will not give you acetate copies of my drawings. Please, 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 please ask people, because then we go back, we get a call from a construction manager who says, hey, we need you to go look at this project that was done 3 years ago. There's something about the plumbing and the sheetrock and what have you. Can you help us get to the glass? It cracked. And we go, okay, great, get us the drawings. And everyone goes, oh, I don't know. We have the architecturals. We have the 50% SDs in the property management office. And that was when this was a brick building, and it's now a glass box. So.
Yes. I think the projects where we've done this is because the client was invested in the idea of doing it. So both the 105 Victoria project and the project with the stone that I mentioned earlier, in both cases, the client, this is very central to their company identity, ESG, call it whatever you want. So it's something that, well, there are two things, right? And this talks to how important the previous session and the work that the policy subcommittee is doing here, right? They have an excuse to explore it because there is a requirement in the city that says you're supposed to submit something, right? So once that door is open and somebody has to do the job, then if you have a willing client, then they're willing to do it, right? And the Victoria project is mostly demolished, but there is an inventory. There's a giant table. There are like cute diagrams that show like these many pieces of glass of this type and this many. It was interesting at the beginning of the project, the client said, okay, can we do a competition with this? Can we like list all the things and like give it to design students so they can like pick from all the things coming out of the building? The competition never happened, but we produced the little pamphlets and stuff. So it was really from the client that they saw this as a value. As a cost, I don't think doing a documentation earlier is not as much of a cost as it is potential missed opportunities down the line in construction.
I just want to add this in. We've had some success quickly being able to document that type of inventory, utilizing open space. So basically you can drop a pin on a drawing, you walk around a job site with a 360-degree camera on top of your head, it takes a picture every 3 seconds. We've sent that live link to that file to a nonprofit to identify any of those materials that they could tag to be donated to potential outlets. That's something that we've had other conversations with people to try and figure out if that's something that makes sense too for our interiors jobs. Standardize is one of those things where we, during those initial pre-bid walks, identify potentially highly valuable materials or donatable, resellable items. That seems to be a way to kind of work through it where someone can truly click through the drawing and figure out what they do or don't want and tag them, because Procore likes to integrate everything. So it's one of those things that we've had some success with that we're continuing to explore.
Well, I'd really like to, oh, are we out of time? One more question? Done? No, moving on. Okay, well, thank you so much to our panelists. If we can please give them a round of applause. And with that, we're going to take a short break. 10 minutes. Thanks, guys. That was great. And moderation. Yeah, no problem. Easy panel. Oh, no problem. It was so easy. Sometimes guys made it easy. I know. So, that was fun. No. You're always that way. Had fun moderating. I'm like, thank God I don't have to talk.
If you can start to make your way to your chair. Yeah. All right, we're going to get started. Everyone, if you could take a seat, and then we'll have some time at the end of the session for continuing conversation. I love the energy. I love everyone's engaging, and we're so excited to end today with a project that's happening in New York City. So all day, there's so many synergies and then talking points and ideas that they're not just inspiring, but they're actionable items and things that we can actually take with us. So this session will dive in on the New York City EDC Circular Design Construction Guideline. And we will also introduce the Spark project and talk about some of the earlier stages of the project during the concept. So first, I'd like to introduce our speakers today. Zach Adders is an architect and senior vice president at NYC EDC. He also co-authored the Circular Design and Construction Guideline. I have Sarah Sachs, who is a partner at Barrow Happel. Her focus is really on integration or engineering with design to really provide a high-performing and low-carbon solution for the projects. And Shafali Sanghi, my colleague, my friend, who's the Director of Sustainability and Associate Principal at Dagner Architects. So without further ado, I'll pass it to Zach, who will introduce the Circular Design Construction Guidelines.
Thank you so much, Wei and Greg, for the invitation and the opportunity to speak here. We're thrilled to wrap up the day with the guidelines and an example of a project that we're all working so hard on. How do I flip this thing here? Okay, there we go. But before getting into that, I want to give a very quick, brief overview about EDC. We are, for a lot of people who don't know, a private nonprofit. We often get confused with a city agency, but we are the economic engine of New York, working directly for the city. We do many things, among them try to positively impact our economy by developing key industries, creating good jobs, and strengthening communities. And to put the guidelines that we wrote in context, it's part of our Green Economy Action Plan. This was launched in February of 2024. And it's essentially the enormous impact that we see, the enormous economic opportunity that we see in developing the infrastructure we need to combat climate change. So we think of it as future-proofing New York. And by investing in this green economy, we're not only reducing our carbon footprint, but we're setting our city to withstand the challenges of climate change. Over the past year, since we launched the guidelines, we've made progress towards the creation of the Climate Innovation Hub at the Brooklyn Army Terminal, pushing mass timber use in New York, and constructing one of the nation's largest offshore wind ports. Over the next 20 years, we see this is the number of jobs, over tripling in the green economy sector, the largest being buildings, which all of us are a part of. You can see in the orange on the bottom. And so we're thrilled to speak to everybody here who I know is part of that. So getting into our guidelines, we launched these alongside the Green Economy Action Plan. I'm happy to say it was the action number 1 of the 63 commitments that we make, and encourage everybody to download and look through all of those commitments. We are really focusing on a material approach where we want to maximize the use of materials, maximize value, and this is recognizing, as everybody here in the room knows, that we're consuming resources at an unsustainable rate. Circular design is not really an option, but a necessity, a fundamental shift in how we build if we want to thrive in a resource-constrained future. And with our capital project portfolio of roughly $10 billion, we are making significant investments in building capacity through the consultants and contractors that we work with, as well as driving demand to build the new industry. So jumping into overview of our guidelines, it's really made up of goals, strategies, and deliverables. The deliverables is really our primary focus. We're really building on top of other guidelines that are focused much more around strategies. But our goals are 75% minimum C&D material diversion through reuse, hopefully, or recycling. Bump that up to 95% for discarded concrete and soil, and then a 25% minimum of all project materials being low carbon. We define low carbon through the Rocky Mountain Institute low embodied carbon target recommendations for low cost or no cost premiums. And so they have specific percentages for concrete, rebar, insulation, glazing, finished materials that are specific percentage reduction in embodied carbon from a baseline. Our strategies are really to guide our project teams to achieve circular measures in a step-by-step process with accountability built in. We're not focusing on strategies in terms of telling designers how to achieve these goals, but really about how we're going to deliver it in a process. And a set of deliverables. So the Circular Design and Construction Plan is our primary deliverable. That's made up of the circularity audit, the life cycle assessments and EPDs, and the materials management and waste minimization trackers. So those are trackers by material of what materials can be reused, where they're going to be going, whether it's to waste or to reuse or to other recycling, and is the heart of our plan that moves on to the contractor side. So a brief overview of project implementation. I'm not going to go through all the points here, but we do have a real strategy of moving from the conceptual all the way through final design, bidding, and administration of construction. But to give a brief bullet points of how we move through that is first, understanding our available material inventory, creating strategies to maximize reuse and also find those low carbon materials for the new materials that we're introducing. Setting goals and quantifying our impact, creating specifications and the documents to describe the work, developing strategies to competitively buy out the work, and ensuring accountability in the execution of the work. There are a few precedent projects that I'll show here where we're all trying to implement these strategies and really led up to the guidelines and realization that we need a set of guidelines. This is the Red Hook library renovation for Brooklyn Public Library. It's under construction right now. You can drive by and see it. We wanted to reuse as much concrete as possible. This was a difficult project where we needed to raise it up about 36 inches to be out of the floodplain and comply with Appendix G of the building code, and wanted to reuse the foundations and the heavy concrete structure that you see there. And this was a great story of partnering with the right contractor. In the last panel, it was great to reflect that because leaning on the creativity and the ability of contractors is so key to this work. On the right, in the upper right corner, you can see, so in order to reuse this concrete roof structure, we needed to raise it up to also give us more plenum space, but then also meet the Appendix G. So we only raised the floor about 18 inches, then we had 18 inches of a flood wall on top of that, an additional plenum space, so it came out to roughly 5 to 6 feet of a total raise. Urban Foundations and Engineering, which you can see on the cross bracing there, they had raised a theater in Times Square with really intricate detailing and really sensitive materials up about 60 feet. So this was a walk in the park for them, but you can see that coming right off the columns. We tried to reuse the columns, but we weren't able to. We had to redo the foundations underneath, and also just the state of them didn't work, but it sat in this state that you can see, it raised up. We built the new columns underneath, and then started all of our finished materials. This is the Lower Manhattan Coastal Resiliency Project, and the battery was an example of reusing a lot of materials on site, mainly the granite, and we were able to achieve a 54% reduction in embodied carbon, which earned an Envision Platinum Award. So our guidelines are really meant to apply to every project that we do, which is streetscape, infrastructure, public buildings, basically any public space construction you can imagine. So I'll go into our first pilot project that we're applying the guidelines to, which is Spark Kips Bay. It's, I think, the largest project we've ever done, so great first try for the guidelines. And our team stepped up well to that challenge. So this is a life science educational hub. The two building, this is from the master plan done by SOM. The two buildings to the right are planned for private life science development. Our project, highlighted in orange, is a combination of a college for the City University of New York, the Hunter College School of Nursing, and others, as well as the New York City Public School. That would be a life science-focused high school. There's almost an acre of open space, and we're also building a bridge over the FDR. Our project on its own is over $1 billion in capital project funding, and it's going to be just a remarkable place where you could go to high school, college, and then work professionally within the life sciences industry. Before I hand it over to our team, which I think is going to be the most exciting part, I want to emphasize this is the first time that they were using the guidelines and they're applying it, and they've really stepped up to the challenge as pioneers, problem solvers, and visionaries. And yeah, so I just want to emphasize, this really demands innovative minds, and I know I can see a lot that I know here in the audience as well. And it became clear to us early on that circular design is really not easy. It's pushing against established norms, even ones that all of us want to stick to for comfort, demanding whether we rethink everything from material resourcing to demolition. And within that challenge lies incredible opportunities for invention. And this team has been inventing every day, and so I'll hand it all over to Shefali.
Thanks, Zach. So before I get into a little bit more about the project, I just want to do a brief introduction on Dutner Architects. We are a women-owned, civic-minded firm. Our work primarily is in three typologies: housing, transportation infrastructure, and education, healthcare, and sort of cultural institutional work. We have demonstrated a long-standing commitment to the integration of sustainability in our projects, but as someone mentioned earlier, often that is really talking about operational carbon. And so to have this project where we can really start talking about carbon more holistically has been really exciting. So here's a photo of the site, and as Zach mentioned kind of the proposed site, but we wanted to take a minute to talk about what's there now, because that is really what is guiding the deconstruction efforts for the project. I also want to just sort of recognize that AIANY Architects is the prime. We are a sub to them. One of our roles on this project is sustainability lead, and one of Bureau's role on the project is circularity lead. So we're all really, this is a very kind of integrated team, and we all work very closely with one another. So this is the existing building. You can see that it's sort of a three-building, the campus includes 3 buildings, and this existing bridge over the FDR, and then all of the site work and courtyard work between, sort of along the 25th Street. Here is another rendering from the master plan done by SOM, but kind of this whole idea that we are really looking at this as this life sciences center, and it's very kind of technical and really around education, really took that as an opportunity to include deconstruction and implementation of circularity principles as also a learning opportunity, not only for us, but also for potential users on the site. Phase 1 includes, the CUNY building, the public school building, the Spark Square, and then the bridge, which is kind of off-site, off the page here. And so what are the larger sustainability goals? It is a capital project. We do have to get LEED Gold certification. We're also looking for LEED Envision Gold certification. Big part of this is sustainable education and outreach. There are biodiversity goals. Obviously, there are energy goals. We have all of these deliverables. The primary one, a big one rather, is the Circular Design and Construction Plan, but we also are doing LCAs, LCCAs, and it's all part of a larger sustainability master plan. And the circular design goals include the audit, it includes reuse of material from the existing asset, the plan, and design for disassembly for the future project. And all of this really does inform one another, but really helps our LEED and Envision certifications, and it's been really kind of interesting determining which pilot credits we can go for LEED because of the deep circularity efforts of the project. So I think Zach went through all of this, but these are kind of our guiding principles, right? Reduce C&D waste by 75%, or maybe C&D material now we should all be saying. reuse and recycle concrete and soil, and the use of low-carbon building materials, really referring to the Rocky Mountain Institute principles that Zach mentioned. And so when we started this project in earnest a little over a year ago, right? That sounds right. We were like, okay, the thing that is going to move the fastest is the deconstruction of the existing asset. So how do we really think about this, and how do we think about this methodically, and while also kind of keeping in mind what the new building team is looking at for the design of the new building, so that there is an opportunity to incorporate all of this into it together. So we started off by saying that we have to do this existing materials survey, then we're going to do all this research on like the cost benefit, how do we afford all of this, how do we create demand for these materials that are going to hit the market in a relatively short period of time at a scale that really was unheard of for many of us, I think, especially in New York City. And then how do we talk about logistics, especially while we're waiting for a CM to be onboarded? And then all of that feeds into the circular design proposal, which then again feeds into the new building. And then how do we set up the next group of people 50 years from now who are going to do this from the building we're proposing? So here's some representative photos of the existing building. It really is a very active college campus. It includes 600 dorms that are pretty much outfitted like if you lived in a dorm when you were in school. It's basically the same. There's a single bed, a desk, maybe not a desk, a dresser, and then there are all these labs. There's a significant number of labs. There's a cafeteria space. There's all this stuff in the courtyard. There's all this brick and all of these windows. There is a significant amount of marble and stone at the ground floor, both interior and exterior. There's elements that have historical significance, such as these reliefs that you can see here on the left. And then there's all these back of house spaces. This one was a bowling alley, but there's all the CMU. And so when we walked through the building the first couple of times, it was really astounding the scale of what we were talking about and the type of material that we were talking about. Things that we sort of take for granted when we're talking about the component materials of an assembly, right? And I think at that moment, especially for me, because this is the first time I had done this, is you understand it intellectually, but then when you walk the building, you sort of see the magnitude of what it is that you're actually undertaking, and it's impressive. And so we needed to come up with a plan, right? How are we going to do this? So we started off with an audit and I'll talk through some of this audit information now, and then the documentation of it, then determining the strategies, and then idealized outcomes, right? Where it's either reuse by others, reuse by Spark, the goal being that this would be a really great story for this life sciences campus if material from the existing building could be upcycled and used into the new building. Recycle by others, recycle by Spark, and then obviously waste. We include hazard in waste, but this building was built in the 50s, and there's a significant amount of hazardous material in it. We started off with an initial site audit where we took almost a whole day and walked through almost every unique space in the building. The cellar, first floor, and mezzanine wrap around all three buildings. The north building and the east building are dorm rooms, and the west building, are my compass right? Yeah, the west building was retrofitted from dorm rooms to offices for campus staff and faculty. So those spaces were different. There was carpet on some floors, there was original doors on our floors, new doors, and then almost all of the spaces on the west building have individual AC units in all of them. And you can kind of sort of see that there are these, you can see probably all of us in these photos, but you can see like, oh, this wood paneling is interesting. There was a pool in the building that has a significant amount of tile in it. There's a lot of glass block in the building, but it was really sort of, oh, and then obviously just an overwhelming amount of pink marble. Very pink marble. We did. You had to. You had no choice. So we started thinking about like, how do we do this in an efficient sort of way while allowing the campus to function as a campus, right? Students they were living there, they were taking classes there. We didn't want to be there every day for 3 months And so we took advantage of technology that we had. So we did these 3D Matterport scans of, again, all the unique spaces of the building. We have a couple of people here who actually did the scans and could talk to you about that process if you have questions about that. But we also felt that it would be a good opportunity for kind of like bidders on the building to sort of be able to see the unique conditions of the building when the deconstruction portion goes out to the market without having to disturb the faculty and staff in the building. And then based on these Matterport scans and the many, many, many photos we took through our site visits, we created a graphic key of all of the unique elements in the building, and they all had these tags. And the next slide is kind of where we switch from, I'll hand it over to Sarah, but basically what we did was we created a Bluebeam session and created tags for all of these materials, and for a week last summer, the hottest week of the summer, of course, we went through the building and tagged every unique room with all of these materials so that there would be a way for us to identify the materials on the walls, the floors, the ceilings, the types of doors that were there, the types of windows were there, and then use our Revit model to help take quantity takeoffs. Sort of, as exact as one can get for an existing building. Obviously, all the quantities are VIF, but it was a place where we could start doing just that immense amount of quantification that we needed to do for all the different types of materials in the building. So that's kind of the Bluebeam inventory that we did, and then I will hand it over to Sarah.
I mean, we talked a lot about data earlier today, and so this is the data that we were working with, which was course grade. We had our Bluebeam inventory. As Shefali mentioned, it was our room by room, and some of it was off-the-cuff evaluation. We had Dave Bennett, who's part of our team. He came for a 2-week blitz and really helped us, kind of shepherded us through and paved the way. And one of the things he kept commenting on time and time again was this enthusiasm for that we had time. So he is often brought to site when demo has started. So the fact that this was a pilot project and there was time to actually do the inventory is a step change. Now we're all feeling the challenge of what we have in front of us, but I would say just remember that time is key. And so linking our Bluebeam inventory, I'll skip to point 3, we also built up a Revit model. So that worked on tying that into the data that we could use to do some existing carbon footprinting and LCA analysis. And then in between that were schedules, some of which could be exported from the Revit, some of which was like meticulously typed in, but it was all connected through our digital database. And we had members kind of across all disciplines in our teams supporting and helping within that. And then from that, we were able to look at a major materials breakdown. When you have data, you can make pie charts. But like looking at a comprehensive overview of the quantity of major building materials, looking at their embodied carbon, and also potentially how they'll be handled once off-site. What is hazmat? What is waste? And we are early on, but idealistically, and I think it would be interesting to have this conversation a year from now, but what could be recycled by Spark? What could be recycled by others? What could be reused by Spark and reused by others? So the pie chart on the left shows our material designation by mass, and on the right is by embodied carbon. And we've submitted our CDCP plan twice so far. So one was at a 30% and the other was at 100%. And it's been really quite interesting to watch. Although the overall volume hasn't changed and the overall existing carbon footprint hasn't changed, but the material designation has started to shift as we've really dived into understanding the material ecosystem within New York. We've onboarded our construction manager and really started to just get a better feel for what started with last summer. I'll give an anecdote in a bit about brick. We've got 500,000 square feet plus of all this brick that we thought first and foremost was going to be the #1 priority for reuse, and turns out it was a bit more of a challenge than we had originally thought. Uh-oh. Am I? No. I think the PowerPoint is ready for their cocktail. So data feeds into Sankey's. We really like Sankey's when we start to think about circularity. We first really looked at focusing 6 high-volume focus materials for reuse consideration. That was concrete, brick, stone, glass, interior wood, and doors. And we used that to challenge our design team to start to think creatively at early concept. So we had a focused circularity team that participated within the audit, but we also had discipline-specific days. So we might have been there for 2 weeks. We had a facade day. We had a structural engineering day. We had an MEP day, an architectural finishes day, to engage those who were putting the pen to paper in another room, really not necessarily exposed to circularity, to kind of start to think and prompt inspiration and innovation. So this is just an example of one of our tracking of materials. Looking at stone, which we thought was one of, even though we learned to love pink, was a real opportunity for where are we seeing stone within the building, within the site, what's its current use, what's its material application? Is it a composite? Is it self-contained? What type of material management we think that we can do. So I would say there's kind of a 50-50 here. From yellow towards the left, it's kind of staying the same. This is the results of the audit. Everything that's happening to the right is evolving as we are continuing to work through our design, as we'll start to look at timing of construction, we'll look at timing of deconstruction, we'll be getting bids back and really starting to think about how we're incorporating that. And that's really what our material destination is. And then the tie-in, which I think are really 3 areas when we were looking at the stone, is like, who are our designer champions? So it's closing that loop, engaging landscape, engaging our interior designers, and engaging our facades. So I think that should set the stage for a bit more of a discussion with the group.
Thank you so much.
Hello. Yes, this one's on. You want this one?
Oh, is it? Yeah, it's on. Okay, thanks. Thank you, Zach, Shefali, Sarah. This is such a great summary of where we are now and then the sort of starting of implementation, the design guidelines. So we'll step back for a second. Zach, if you could walk us through the development of the guidelines and how it came about, and what were some of the precedents and information that sort of prompt the guidelines?
Yeah, thanks. So I showed a couple of the precedent projects. There are others where we were able to find small wins and abilities to reuse materials, and we were saying to ourselves internally, like, hey, how can we do this in a more systematic way where we can really capture a lot more opportunity, because it was just one-offs on each project, and so much of it was convincing either our design team, the contractors at times, to actually seek reuse. And so we initially started talking to architecture and engineering firms that had some experience. We all quickly realized how, this was roughly 3 years ago, and so much has happened in this industry since then. We all realized quickly how inexperienced and new we all are to this. So we thought we would be able to put together something really quickly in our scope. We said, okay, look, we need to actually just put together a set of guidelines. And so we engaged all kinds of firms. Really the ones that are the most forward thinking on this are Northern Europe, particularly in Denmark. So we engaged with a lot of them, like 3XN, Lindagger, and others that had actually begun doing this. Now those projects have been constructed in those past 3 years. We have examples. But we were able to understand some of the difficulties and some of the ways, the difficulties that they had in the process of through design and construction. And because that's what we wanted to attack. How can we do this from a owner's process standpoint? And we also wanted to do it in a way where we're not adding significant costs and pushing up construction prices beyond the astronomical level that they already are at. And there's so much public pushback against that. We don't want this to be another sustainability requirement that we add on that people are going to hate because it costs so much. That also is a little bit limiting with this project, and the lack of, and we're discovering the lack of supply chain for reusable materials, the lack of contractor expertise in pulling down materials in effective ways that protect them and make them able to reuse is, you pretty much right now you have to pay a premium to do those things. And so I think it is, even if we're not able to reuse as much as we'd like, it is going to be very valuable for us to capture all of those challenges and be able to describe them in much better ways so that we can begin to build that capacity, not just on the design and engineering thinking side, but that contractor side as well. EDC does a lot of workshops. We've been doing workshops with contractors for the guidelines, but I think taking it some steps further is where we want to go forward. So. Yeah, it really was, none of us, we were like, okay, we're gonna just build the bike as we're riding it, essentially, and see where we go. And so in this first iteration of applying the guidelines, we were learning so much, and we're really finding all those gaps that we didn't even think of when we were putting the guidelines together. And again, none of us claim to be experts in this, and as much as we know about it, we know nobody's an expert in this, so. We're finding out so many of those gaps and so many ways that we can enhance our guidelines and develop them further to capture more of the goals.
Yeah, I realized that there is a learning opportunity, but also really kind of figure out what the issues are and how do we get there. I think that's such an important aspect of the guidelines. So we all know the theory and apply in reality. Now we have those guidelines, and then the process of how do you actually implement that in a project. So we'd love to hear from Sarah and Shefali. Is your experience so far? Can you talk about some of the initial roadblocks and then how did the team attempt to solve that? Sarah, do you want to start with that?
Time and patience is a roadblock. I mean, I think it was, it's not a quick fix, and it's not a quick exercise. It's also understanding that it's iterative. There's no one set form of technology, tool, or database that's going to stitch everything together. We had to really think creatively to how we were going to synthesize across those 3 lines that I'd mentioned earlier, the Matterport scans to a shared Bluebeam file that we marked up, and how do you incorporate that into a schedule, and then how does that connect to the Revit model I would say it was a roadblock, but it was an opportunity for innovation and inspiration. The other bit was we were contractually or have been contractually obligated to deliver deconstruction documents. What are deconstruction documents? What is an MEP set of deconstruction documents? What's an architectural set of deconstruction documents? What level of detail do you bring? What is sufficient, particularly when we didn't have a CM on board when we were doing our early stage submissions? So I think it's been great that we've created, I would say, a community of trust and really strong relationships between the owner, architect, designers, engineers, and consultants as we've been kind of shepherding and learning our way together. And I think that's the beauty of a pilot project, right? And I think we are working on documenting a lot of these lessons learned within the CDCP. It's kind of rare that you submit a formal document to your client for review where you say, oh, we couldn't do that. Oh, this was a roadblock. There was an error here in terms of what we had originally thought and then figured out 6 months later. But I think it's really important that we memorialize that, because it's to inform the next project. It's to inform how many millions of square feet do the EDC hold throughout the city?
65.
Yeah. So just kind of thinking forward for that next stage.
Yeah, and I think having the guidelines were helpful, but also frustrating, right? I mean, just moment of truth here, right? It was really helpful to have some, there's no precedent for this, right? there was no CDCP that I could ask my colleagues, like, oh, can I just borrow yours and then just find and replace project name and all of that stuff, right? There was none of that stuff, and as Sarah rightly pointed out, how does one create deconstruction documents? What are we documenting? What has value in being documented, and what is just kind of, does inevitably feel like a waste of time looking back at it a year later? But, you know, having to create that CDCP, the Circular Design and Construction Plan, was a challenge, but it is so helpful to look at this as sort of this academic intellectual exercise, and to realize that it required, as an architect, and we think we're the most important people in the room, whether we like to admit it or not. It was such a good reminder that this only works if we all really talk to one another. And I think also internally in our office, it gave us an opportunity to give different staff like a voice in the project, right? I mean, the person who in our office spent the most time working on this document, she's here today, you can ask her questions after, was relatively new, graduated from school relatively recently, and that's not often how we think about work, right? We think about like, okay, there's production staff, but you need the senior person to help usher everything through, and in this case, she was helping us understand what we were writing and what was important to document, and to have those kind of discussions with someone who was really thinking about circularity in that academic sort of way, and for us who were thinking about circularity as well, this is how you put a building together, so this is how I assume you take a building apart. It was really interesting, and it really forced us to rethink what we thought would be typical, right? And I think that is really compelling, and having these milestone submissions means that we get to revisit what we thought was so obvious just like 4 short months ago. And I think that also has been really great, and it'll hopefully, you know, the next one of you who are working on an EDC project where you have to create a CDCP, you will have our document and you will look at it and be like, why are you providing the information this way? This makes no sense. And then the next person will be able to create an even better CDCP. So I think that thinking about this as more than just documenting drawings, but also documenting process and what worked, what didn't work, why did something change, will prove to be really beneficial as we continue to do the work in New York City.
I want to add, I was a little remiss in my storytelling. I can't tell the story of the guidelines without mentioning Jacobs, who we had hired to put this together, and they really connected the dots in connecting to all of the architects around the world that helped us, interviewing them, thinking through the challenges, and they had some experience on the 2012 London Games and reuse, and so they were an incredible resource as well.
Thank you all. This actually reminded me, I think we heard that at earlier session as well, is the process of that differs between linear path and circular. So you kind of mentioned some of those, like the workflow. I would love to hear from each of you, what is that one aspect of this particular project implementing the guidelines that is a little bit different than what you're used to? So, Shefali.
First, yeah. I raised my hand faster than everybody else. The thing that I find most challenging, especially as an architect, is the idea that in our minds, the greatest story to tell is the full circular story. That something came off of the old building and we were able to upcycle it or reuse in kind in the design of the new building. But that is proving incredibly challenging. The timelines of both of these projects are so different, right? Deconstruction obviously has to be complete. The demo application needs to be signed off before they can pull the new building permit. And so we are working so fast. The design team is in concept phase and we're like, hey, do you want any pink marble? Can you use pink marble somewhere? What about over here? And it's like really, or like what if we took the pink marble and made it a aggregate in terrazzo flooring? Would you want to use terrazzo flooring here? Are you cool with using really pink terrazzo flooring everywhere? And they're like, right, we don't actually know where any of the program is going, so I don't know why you're asking us to think about terrazzo flooring. So that was really we had these design charrettes because we're like, okay, we have these materials. We've, with the help of Bureau, we've identified these 6 main material categories. Let's talk about how you're going to use it. And they're like, what? okay. So that disconnect is really compelling. And then when you start really thinking about the logistics, where we were like, oh, EDC has 65 million square feet of space. We can just store something in one of their warehouses somewhere. And they're like, no, you can't just store something in one of our warehouses somewhere.
We're
yeah.
trying.
Yeah, but like some of those things where we had to check our assumptions and also kind of like be very honest with ourselves what some of the limitations and challenges are to deconstruct a building at this scale on this very dense urban site where space is a premium, and then like finding that balance of, okay, if we truck this 150 miles, is that carbon cost still worth it? Is the cost of storage cheap enough 150 miles out that it sort of evens everything out? Is there a manufacturer that we can work with that's willing to hold on to slabs of pink marble for 3 years before they can make it a terrazzo and that we can install in the new building? And sort of all of those things that requires everyone to sort of pitch in, right, to make it work, is a fantastic opportunity, but also very challenging.
For us, it was really about how we connect the design to actually getting it done on the construction side, and we're basically experiencing that as it comes up, and really want to shout out our PMs at EDC who are also really inventing and figuring out this process and doing so much legwork to try to connect the dots and make different reuse opportunities happen. But we have requirements of competitive bidding. It's not the same as DDC and others, but we still need to bid somewhat competitively and in a really rigorous way. And so how do we set up those bids, and how do we do it in a structured way where we can accept some material reuse, maybe others? So we've been working through as, again, the problem comes up. Skanska's been an incredible partner there, really willing and able to jump in. And essentially we have the longest list of alternates I've ever seen in my life in trying to get material square foot prices for removals of materials. So then ideally the contractors can find those opportunities, because at the end of the day, like I said, we all see these construction prices so high we can't pay extra for material reuse. It's just and it also goes against our overall concept, and how do we get the rest of the world to adapt to this. They're not going to do it if you have to pay a big premium. So setting up the bids to where we have those off-ramps, if the contractor gets in and finds out it actually is too delicate and too difficult to remove this, it's going to cost more. And then also have the opportunities built in, so then ideally it can balance out. So if we find some savings somewhere, we can actually maybe spend a little bit of a premium somewhere else so that we're netting zero on our additional cost. That's been a great challenge, and I think a way that we can really strengthen the guidelines going forward for the contractors and CMs.
I mean, what they said, so I'm struggling to chime in here, but I think one other comment is just like if part of your decision making and your analytics is solely focused on LCA, your concrete and steel is going to eclipse everything. And so there was something that was slightly disillusioning when we started to do the overlay, the circularity audit, looking at the opportunity, and then looking at the potential of carbon saved, even if we were going to use all the pink marble. It's 0.2%, under 5%. So it's kind of also taking those 2 steps back to think about where is there an educational component, where is there historical significance and other challenges. And I think there's been a bit of pivot also to really start to dive into understanding what actually has a resale market within New York. So moving a bit, not away, but there was so much preliminary focus on, we're going to do the audit, we're going to bring our design experts in, we're going to figure out how to use, we'll keep talking about the pink marble, we're going to figure out how to use the blue stone pavers and the pink marble, and that is going to be the story of Spark. Whereas I think a year later, it's really diving into the details of what is our material economy within New York City, and what do we have that is of value to others.
Those are such insightful comments. Let's talk a little bit about some of the pre-construction or early auditing process. And one of the things that you talk a little bit about the circularity audit, that's really fascinating. Typically, we don't really kind of go through that process for adapt reuse buildings. Sarah, you kind of mentioned, started kind of touching on that subject, is, you know, there are so much material within the existing building. There are probably so many different ways to measure the existing materials. We heard some earlier, weight, you know, what are some of the different units? Is it weight, is it embodied carbon? Is it, you know, what's the metrics? So how are you quantifying some of the existing materials, and how do you kind of put values onto these materials?
Well, quantifying by weight or square footage and then turning that into volume is relatively easy. It's less subjective. You know, translating that to embodied carbon starts to get a little fuzzy. But I think it's down to having your database. And what we've had a lot of debates with internally is how much data is too much data, and where. And we don't know the answer to that. I think we'll learn this maybe in three years down the road as a pilot project. But you know, did we go to the right level of detail, or did we spend, you know, thousands of person hours too much to you know, and it didn't necessarily change the result. And really, what we should have done was had the deconstruction team on board at the same time the design team was, and that would have kind of saved or closed things. But these we don't know yet. So I would say more to come on that.
We need to frame it a little bit. We wrote the guidelines in a way where we were saying, okay, do the circularity audit. And that may be, like the last panel mentioned, a digital twin, which we're doing in this project whenever there's so much quantity and so many different variety of materials. But it could be as simple as, and I want to try to get to the question from the last panel, like it could also be going through and doing a Matterport scan, or just simply doing pictures and laser scans, depending on the complexity of the project and the size and the availability of materials. Also, some of our partners and you know, people that influence the guidelines that we talked to out in Denmark there's various ones that are creating automated software that you plug in a square footage, a building type, the location, and you know, general construction, and it will calculate you know, and they're testing it and optimizing it, calculate an inventory of materials for you. So there are a lot of different ways to try to estimate that, and it's really project specific.
Yeah, and then I realized that the project is such in the beginning when I started the conversation with you all, and I was like, well, tell me, well, you have to wait, just another year, 2 years, 3 years. So understood that there is a process, and the project is only a year into the process. Just wondering, you know, when you talked about the Bluebeam database, is there any discussions from the project team start thinking about how these data or the insights from some of the early outreach, how these information can potentially be shared with the wider industry?
I think this is the 5th time this year I have spoken about this project. And, you know, I'm sitting here being like, what more can I say? I see so many familiar faces, but I think part of this is being really open about it and talking about this project. And from that point of view, we've been really fortunate that EDC supports the sharing of these lessons learned and the reality of being honest about them. And I think that's definitely part of it, right? But you can only, as you know, we all know, you can only hit so many people, because our talks are really geared towards the AEC industry, but like, does everyone in the salvage industry attend AEC? And you know, like, there's all this overlap and there's all this stuff that we need to do. But I think like the level of honesty that we bring when we talk about the project and the challenges is hopefully everyone finds beneficial. I think, you know, the CDCP determining how EDC wants to share that document, and then kind of like this idea of like white papers and how do we talk about these things. and doing so many of these, what I'm calling in-progress case studies. We haven't even started bidding out the deconstruction part of the project, right? Deconstruction is supposed to start early 2026, right? It's 2025, yeah. So, we're really, all we can really talk about is the design phase. What were some of our assumptions? How did they get borne out by probes, by hazmat material reports, by like having these initial talks with Skanska and kind of like the site logistics behind it, being able to talk with the design team and EDC and stakeholders about some of our base assumptions of how this process would happen. And I think like that, for me, that is the way that I think that we can really talk about this project and share some of these lessons learned by being honest with each other, with ourselves, with each other, and with the industry about what is working and what's not working, honestly, because that's really critical too.
And so much of it is anecdotal, not even data-based. We could release the data, but I'm not sure what a lot of people would do with it. Forums like this also, EDC is a nonprofit, and we're incentivized to share information and data to implement the guidelines and get others to implement the guidelines. So, we'll be sharing that. But again, so much of it is the anecdotes and legwork. That's what we realized, and that's the biggest thing I think I didn't foresee personally going into this, was how much legwork is just calling people is required. And that's a great opportunity for the young folks to step up and really make a difference and influence the project and teach us really what's going on. And so even the younger career folks at EDC are doing that, and we have I gotta throw in my piece about the pink marble, but we have an agency, a large agency. I'm not going to mention them because I won't put them on the spot, but that this pink marble is a historic value and coming out of a specific mine in Georgia that no longer exists, and so it's once in a lifetime opportunity to actually get some of this to be able to improve their projects where it exists. And so that, there are people are working hard, just making those phone calls, following up, trying to get the contractors aligned, because it is a premium to pull that marble down in a safe and a way that keeps the marble safe. So the phone calls was a really big surprise.
Love these anecdotes. I remember hearing about the brick example. Sounds juicy. Do you want to get into it?
No, there's quite a reclaim market for historic brick, particularly from the 20s and 30s in New York City. And we have our 1950s era building in Kips Bay. And our brick was the wrong size. And our brick had too many holes in it. And although it was really quite interesting when we did the audit and really started to understand the current operations of the building, there's a huge stockpile of extra brick in the basement for repairs, all of which did not have, so we had the volume, but did not have the value for reuse, or reuse in kind, I should say. But there's certainly an opportunity to ground down for site and other things, but not as in, we've got I don't know how many thousands of cubic yards of red brick from 1950 that could directly tap into something that we knew had historic significance within New York City.
I think like that's a really great example of how we made these assumptions about what could work, and then we tested it, or we sent it to someone and they're like, we don't want this. There's so many doors in the project. The doors
1,600, I think.
Yeah. Prior to us focusing with this like dogmatic excitement on the pink marble, we kept talking about the doors, because there's so many, and doors is a tangible thing. Everyone understands what a door is. And we're like, oh, there's 1,600 doors in the project, and sure, we don't know what the rating is, but HPD does a lot of multifamily housing where they need a lot of non-rated doors, and they build a lot of closets. They don't all have to be 36 inches. So like, we'll find a use for the doors. This might be like an easy win. And then the hazmat guys got on site, and 95% of the doors are hazardous. So we can take the asbestos core out of the doors and then salvage what's left. But then when you look at the labor involved in doing that, is it really worth it? So no, the doors, which we really thought would be a relatively easy win and a good story and kind of like a very visual representation of circularity, ended up not working in our favor. So this is kind of like the things that we walked in. I will only speak for myself. I won't speak for EDC and Bureau that have more experience in this than I personally do. But I had all these assumptions, and then every week something came in, and I'm like, nope, never mind. What's next?
That makes make me think that, really the present design process, the material that you kind of put into the buildings, how you put the details together, really has an implication, not in the present time, but in the future. So I want to wrap the end on a higher note. So we all know making the reuse a value proposition and not as a burden, and how do we help the industry to see that. I think we were talking about vocabulary, the way of using the language, right? Like we still use waste in our sort of proposal, waste management plan, all these things instead of using materials. So could each of you sort of give a takeaway that you see, it could be long-term, short-term, is that how we can help to flip the script to help us to kind of move towards that direction?
Common vernacular, I think we understand like communication is key whenever you're hitting a challenge. But I also think some of the flipping the switch of like, how do we inspire the new designers with our existing assets? We're starting to move into a stronger focus on understanding the challenges that we are that we are seeing currently is the focus on how do we design for deconstruction within the future. And that wasn't I would say, it wasn't I know it's part of the design and construction guidelines, but that wasn't the kind of key priority at the beginning. Sometimes it's more difficult to kind of think about when you're in early stage design charrettes, but it really has started to kind of shift the thinking early on for how can we connect to the long term in ways in which we hadn't been. So it's not just the material stream, but it's the design, the specification, and the layout of what it is that we're going to be putting forward for Spark that also kind of completes the cycle.
Yeah, I totally blanked on what the exact wording of the question is. I'm sorry, Wei. It's been a very exciting and mentally stimulating day, and I'm losing the plot a little here. I will say that I have some friends in the audience here who know that I, for a very long time, have been very rigid. I'm very much like, no, we said we would provide this thing by this date. I'm giving Greg intentional eye contact because he had to bear the brunt of that when we worked together. And what this whole process has reminded me is that we really have to remain facile, and we really have to rethink everything that we have for so long held so dearly as being like the truth and the only way to do something, and to really just kind of remember that it takes a variety of voices to make things successful, and that no one person has the right answer, no one person knows what the answer is, and that even from like a design opportunity, rather than being like, oh, I'm sort of burdened by reusing this material from this building that was built in the 50s, and I don't like pink marble, I don't really care. It's like now just being like, okay, this is an opportunity for us to rethink this material, and how can we think about this as more than just this like, oh, I want this, fancy little design element, and pink marble can't really be part of that. It's like, no, that's not what we should do. I think the first panel, the keynote was talking about how the architect was like, I don't want to use interior brick in my building, but we can't continue to have that. We can't continue to have that attitude about these things. We have to remain nimble and remind ourselves that things are really opportunities, as cliche as that sounds.
Yeah, there's a tremendous amount of design opportunity, I think, whenever you have that, and having some actual base to work with, I think we have to embrace. I think whether it's long-term, short-term, I don't know, maybe both, is everybody continuing to advocate for these things and really focusing on the value and the political climate that we're in. And there are aspects of circularity that touch on all ends of this political spectrum of value that you're capturing instead of throwing away. Concepts of stewardship, things that everybody can connect to. So I know everybody in this room and the ones that I know that are passionate about this, I feel like that is maybe the most impactful way forward to really focus on the value that we're capturing and also framing things. And while we're losing, people are afraid of losing value more so than even capturing it. And that's what we do whenever we throw things away. So I think the advocacy, and again, not focusing on the carbon reductions, even though ultimately that is our goal, but looking at value can convince owners and the decision makers to implement these, all these concepts.
I think if I could just tack onto that a little, I think I think we all realize that as our grid gets greener, when we talk about carbon, the discussion is really going to shift from from operational carbon to embodied carbon. And so now when we're talking about the social cost of carbon, it's less about who lives near the peaker plants. It's who is really suffering because we are, like everyone has been talking about, when we talk about demolition, you do a better job of abatement. And I think that, to your point, it's shifting the way we talk about carbon rather than just sort of being this embodied carbon is really going to be what we talk about when we talk about carbon. And hopefully in the next 15 years. Yeah.
But one more thing I actually want to say about value and really the one to put it out there is the owner buying out these services. So again, we wanted it to be cost neutral. However, paying our design team to do the circularity scope is a cost. As a share of the entire design scope on this project, it was less than 1%. And so that's not a big impact. That is achievable for owners. It is a lump sum amount. I'm not going to ask you how you guys are tracking on that. So not hourly, and that was intentional, but it can be a cause, and I think every firm that does this afterwards there is going to be a precedent, and it's going to be implemented. And so everyone is going to be easier. You're going to spend a lot less hours than our team. We have ideas. Had a great idea of putting together a database of these different material companies and basically cutting down on the phone calls for the next teams. And so, that's the value. It is achievable for owners, and they need to know that.
I love hearing that. Only 1%, it's worth it.
Less than 1%.
Less than 1%. And I think we are at the growing pain, and so hopefully, really looking forward to see the progress spark. So I want to open it up to the audience.
Curious to hear a little bit about how what you're learning from the inventory informs the design process. I'm thinking about the doors, how can we move that learning forward and make sure that future designs don't contain products that are either difficult to take out or have no value in the future? Is there a feedback loop?
If you're, I think you're talking about the new design for the next generation of people that are doing this. I think, we've really only started talking about design for disassembly with the new design team. But thinking about that as also, as was mentioned in the previous panel, design for O&M and designing for kind of longevity of material, I think that is really going to help inform this piece, right? I mean, there is this, I don't know exactly how to describe it, but there is this recognition that we shouldn't fill our buildings with plastic and all of these things, right? So why are we using VCT and LVT just because it looks like wood? It definitely is the furthest you could possibly get from wood. And so part of the circularity and the low embodied carbon for the next building is also choosing healthier materials, choosing bio-based materials, so that at the end of the next generation of people that are doing this don't have to deal with some of the things that we're dealing with. And I think it's recognizing that none of this happens in a vacuum, and we are all, all of it supports the main goal, which is to make it easier for the next generation instead of harder. I don't know if that quite answers your question.
And I think earlier today someone was talking about kind of a paradigm shift within education, the architects of tomorrow. And you can read a white paper, like this is a very large project for all of the design teams that are engaged. And so through the charrettes and the feedback, the lessons learned or the message is kind of hitting a little differently when it's this tangible thing that you walked through, you saw, you thought that you might be able to incorporate within the new design, and then you find out you can't. It resonates in a different way, and I think that is going to help inspire our current designers and our future designers to think about things in a way in which they may not necessarily have done so in the past.
Hi, Claire Mifflin from the Centre for Zero-Waste Design. It's an amazing project and the circularity guidelines are great. I just wanted to ask a question, I guess it's for you, Zach, or maybe SOM, the stage before. What were the efforts taken to kind of build less, whether that's analyzing whether you could have kept the existing buildings or ensuring that there was program efficiencies so the program required less new building space? I wondered if you could just talk to that prior phase.
Yeah, we hired SOM to do a master plan before actually launching the project. The circular guidelines at that stage, we were still developing them, so they weren't part of it. However, it was a lot of our discussions and with SOM, and of course they have a lot of interest in that. And they're really in touch with a lot of the concepts that drive that around designing for efficiency, asking what you actually do need to build, thinking of modular and other efficient ways of design. But in looking at what's on the campus and what needs to be there, particularly with the new commercial life science towers that need to be off of First Avenue, it was quickly clear that the existing building stock well beyond its useful life, wasn't tenable to sort of integrate into the new project. And we even looked at different ways of phasing deconstruction, and given the scale of the project, you delay by a month, that's $3 million in escalation at this scale of project. That financial pressure really is a deciding factor for a lot of those the reuse opportunities or doing anything other than the absolute fastest method. It turns out that this, even though it is the largest project, turned out to be a good one to apply the guidelines because it's a campus, and so you can only close it at certain points. So we did have a little bit more runway, I think, than other projects where it wasn't okay, just fly into deconstruction as fast as you can. We do have to wait until the semester ends and the dorms are vacant. So we worked with what we had, but we did determine quite quickly the infeasibility of using what was there.
Thanks, I figured that, but I'd just like to hear that first bit of the story given the context today.
I have a question. Hi, I'm a landscape architect, and so I'm very enthusiastic about the reuse of materials in the landscape, and basically turning buildings into landscapes. So I believe that a lot of material that's not suitable for reuse in buildings can be. So I'm just curious if your landscape architect has been engaged in the process, and to what extent they'll be taking some of that material.
They are. They're very engaged. They're very interested. I think you were at one of the town halls hosted by Bureau where you talked about the pavers, and I shared that with them. So we are, I think one of the benefits of this being such a integrated team is that it is so easy to very quickly share that information because everyone is on board. We are talking every week. And so I think, unfortunately, the landscape team is facing a lot of the same issues that the design team is, in the sense that they want this, they want to use some of the cast stone coping as rubble, or what's the wall, Scrabble wall, but we got to we gotta take it off the building, we gotta store it, and then landscape is often the last thing that comes on, right? It's like after the building is done, the site is clear, and now we're doing the landscape work. So that has a much longer storage cost, and therefore, more expensive storage cost associated with it, even though it can be stored in a yard somewhere because it's exterior material. So, I think we are working with all of our consultants to be like, what do you want? Let's have this conversation about what do you want and how can we make it happen. But the same things that we are hitting is true for every trade.
Yeah, I was just curious. Unlike Zach, I do want to push you on that 1% a little bit. I mean, that seems astronomically low, in line with, going into this blindly. I would guess that it would be much, much higher than that. And I'm curious, you don't have to do full confession, but are you close to holding to that amount of the budget for this scope? And also, just anecdotally, has there been...
Say whatever you want.
And then also, I'm also just curious, overall, has there been any discussion or consideration about how much this is added to the timeline of what a standard design process would be? And I guess finally, to that point, have you consulted with any contractors or builders early on to try to get some insight into how to best harvest the materials and kind of go about that whole deconstruction process?
I'm gonna answer your last question first because it's the easiest one to answer. Sarah mentioned that Decon Dave, who was supposed to be on the Zoom session, he is a consultant to Bureau and he's been on the project since day one. Yeah. So he has been really he has laid a lot of groundwork, and hopefully he's listening to me giving him praise right now, but he laid a lot of groundwork in making us rethink the way that we think of these things and sort of like talking about how he does it in a much more informal sort of way, but what are some of those tangible takeaways that should inform how deconstruction is being designed. So definitely that, and I think, Skanska was brought on pretty early on, right? We're still in like kind of early SD, and Skanska is on the team. So I think there's definitely this understanding and appreciation that this only works with the CM on board relatively early on, and we have benefited from Decon Dave's expertise and experience in this matter. In terms of cost, I'll just be somewhat candid without giving away too much. Just as we didn't have a CDCP that we could use as a reference, we didn't really know for us, I think, Bureau was in a slightly different, they've done this before, they knew how to do this, but like, we weren't entirely sure how to charge for these services. And so we took a guess, and, we're doing the best that we can.
I'll answer the middle question. It was about the time. And again, we want to be cost neutral, which means schedule neutral as well. And like I said, this project did afford us a little more runway before we start deconstruction, but it has been a mandate that we do not add any time to the schedule. And there are ways to do this work concurrently. I mean, every project needs surveys. You have to do your topo. Why not, while you're doing your topo, have your other team doing the circularity audit? So we believe that there are ways to do this concurrently and not add time to the schedule.
One more. Okay, we'll do one more question.
Hello. So just to tag on to that topic of design for disassembly, which we touched on a few times, what about design for adaptability, which should really come before that? And if the building that is being demolished was designed in a more flexible manner, maybe it would be suitable for reusing for this program. So a question, if I know that the prime design team are not here, but do you know if these principles of design for adaptability are being incorporated into the design of the new buildings?
Datner is also part of the design team. We're not just the sustainability leads. And I will say that us, along with AIANY, the primes, acknowledge that there is a certain amount of flexibility that is just required. It's just inherent in design, right? We have to design for growth. We have to design for changing program, like what we, what we understand to be labs now may not be true 20 years from now. So I think that is a little more ingrained in the way that we design, more so than design for disassembly. But I do think that if you keep these principles in mind, that if you needed to do an adaptive reuse where it gets converted to housing, right, that it is easier because you have great documentation of how the building's been put together. You've already designed it so it's easier to move, and there is some inherent flexibility in the way the connections are designed and built. So I think that it's already part of the discussion.
All right, thank you everyone. That concludes this session and the last session. We hope you can join us for some networking. We have refreshments and drinks and snacks. We'll continue the conversation. Thanks. Thank you, panel.